or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host for this Takarama, Mr. David Nome, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And so, with that said, my discussion for this morning, as it is now, is that to keep your spirits up in these times. And there's a lot of folks, bunch of folks, that are worried about a bunch of things. We're all going to get nuked. Nah, there's a lot of other things to worry about than getting nuked. Oh, we're all going to die from something. Well, but that's true. We're all going to die of something. And so the cards that I pulled tonight while I was, after reading the story with Milky Way, Soul Tribe, um, that um, the cards reflected, when I pulled the Swan card, for example, I pulled the Swan card, and Swan had to, in order for Swan to enter the dream time, she had to be accepted before she could go into the dream time. And Dragonfly said, all you have to do, it's very simple. All you have to do to enter the dream time is to accept what the Creator has in store for your future. That's all. Accept what the Creator has in store. Accept Creator's plan without trying to fix it or complain about it. Just accept it. And Swan was an ugly duckling at the time and said, she looked down and looked at herself and said, I'll do it. And she went into the dream time. And a few days later, she came back and she had become this beautiful swan. And Dragonfly was like, oh man, look at you. What happened? And Swan said it was easy. All I had to do was accept what the Creator had in store for me. And now look at me. I am a beautiful swan. And I have learned to accept the grace from the Creator and from the universe. And look at me, and now I am a beautiful swan instead of an ugly duckling. So Swan went into the dream time, and by doing so, has showed the rest of us what we can do. And that basically it's very simple. And the other cards that I drew tonight were the hawk, which is to be observant, you know, and to be observant as to what's going on around you. And if you're observant like the hawk, then you too can see where the dream time is and understand it, and then as like Swan, enter the dream time if you want to. And Dragonfly was in there, and Dragonfly is the keeper of the illusion. And so Dragonfly was talking with, guess who? With Swan. So Dragonfly was in the cards tonight and telling folks that, um, if to not become the illusion. In other words, you have the power to be who you want to be. All you got to do is work for it. Now, sometimes, like me, oh, I want to play baseball for the Giants. Man, that ain't going to happen. So, our dreams have to be within the realms of us. And we have to accept what, the Creator has in store for us. And so, what does that mean? Well, it's like, sometimes, people are like, you know what, you're gonna be a plumber. What? I'm going to be a plumber. What the hell? I don't want to be a plumber. And then things work out. And the next thing you know, you're a plumber, but it's not really bad. It's like, well, I worked all my life. I thought it was going to be, working for NASA or something. Well, you're working for NASA, but you're a plumber. What do you mean? Well, I'm actually putting fixtures that are like plumbing fixtures on an aircraft, or I'm working in some kind of thing and I'm cleaning the toilets and for NASA, I am a plumber. But maybe, being a plumber is one thing, but you could be a plumber for NASA, so it's all in what you really want to do. So, and the dragonflies, like, oh, and Spider was in the cards tonight. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck in just one thing. Pay attention again with Hawk. Pay attention to what's around you. Now, for those of you who might just be looking, I pulled these cards tonight, and there's Dragonfly upside down. And so, with these animal cards that I have pulled and the message that was given, hey, Miss Chloe, how are you? And so, Hummingbird is like joy. Hummingbird is trying to bring joy into our lives, and that's a good thing. Spider is warning us not to get stuck and get eaten by those things around us. I would say our enemies, but our enemies can be, I go to work every day and I put my nose to the grindstone, and I literally used to put my nose to a grindstone. I worked as a grinder. So I know what that's like with dust flying all over and everything. But so you go to work and you put your nose to the grindstone and you work, and it's like, why am I doing this job? Why am I, doing this repetitious work every day for 8 hours? And well, the money's pretty damn good. I'm inside, it's storming outside and it's not raining on my head. I've got pretty decent perks, you know, and the money's good. But I'm still doing this job, the same job, every day. And the thing is that by doing that, the thing is that while I was doing that job, I was thinking, for every minute I'm here, I'm making more money. For every minute I'm here, I'm going to be able to take that money and build my house and pay off my land. And for every bit, so I'm working at this job and I'm toiling at this job, and I can bitch and complain about this job and how repetition it is. But in my mind, I'm in a joyous state. I'm euphoric. Why? Because the job I'm doing is making me money. It might take me a month, it might take me 6 months, it might take me a damn year, but I'm doing this job. And the reason I'm doing this job, repetition, over and over again, is because I want to create something better with what I will earn from what I'm doing. So people are just, I don't know what I'm doing. Listen, if you are having something mundane, then use it. What is it good for? What is the lesson here? And the first card I pulled tonight was Bat, which is rebirth. And so in all of these cards tonight, the first card out was rebirth. So in this time going on right now, and the reason for this video is to keep your spirits high during this time, because there's a lot of negative stuff going on out there. And one thing that, in watching things are instant. Oh my God, I heard about something said going to destroy a whole civilization. Well, if you knew what civilization he was talking about, the bad guys wanted to wipe out the bad guys. But yeah, you got to step back and allow things to transpire for a few days. Everybody gets all upset about things, and that it's okay. I was alarmed and a little upset, but I have learned in my 73 years, and as a shaman in training, hey Richard, my friend, been thinking about you and hope you're doing well. I watched a show on bats last night. Interesting, but so in some places, bats are considered really weird and because they live in caves and hang upside down, and there's all that kind of vampire stuff. But the rebirth bats, and that they can fly in the middle of the night uh, without being able, they see with their sound and with their ears. So, but in the cards tonight, rebirth. So we need to understand that this is a time that different things are coming out. UFOs are coming out. We're finding out about this thing. We're finding out about that thing. We found out the other day that how they found this down pilot was because we now have a machine. We've had it for a while. We now have a machine that can hear a heartbeat from what they claim is 40 miles away. But the fact that they can hear a heartbeat from 20 feet away is amazing. But at the same time, there is a device that is a descrambler kind of thing. It messes with people's heads and it makes them feel like their brains are cooking from the inside. And it's like, what? So without firing a shot, they're using these high-tech techs. And peaches are good. So we have found out that there, in just a few days, that we have some super duper kind of electronic devices that help to find this soldier on the ground. And that, that they have this, they showed the helicopters flying around with this, the great big things on them. So one of them is listening for the heartbeat. And each of these guys has a home beacon signal thing anyway. Yeah, they could talk to him, but not for long because, the Iranians were listening in. But that on the other side of the helicopter hanging down was this other device that was screwing with the Iranian soldier's head to where they were just going, ah, and falling to the ground with nosebleeds and crap. And they didn't have to shoot at them. What? So we have learned, and recently we have seen where they're shooting things down with lasers. So my point is, this is a new day, my friends. Despite the war, but there's a new day because things have been already shown, a disclosure of sorts, you know? And so there are people out there to go, what? And there are people out yonder who don't know that they used this device to find the downed airmen or to mess with the heads of these folks. Felt something strong on Easter Sunday. Yeah, buddy. Noticed that these what? That these black voids, they call it. Something is very off in the resonance of the earth. Yeah, there's absolutely some kind of shift going on, and we can all feel it, and we got to be strong during these times. And it's like it some days are like really confusing, like what the hell. I know I'm here to experience things and I'm so glad I'm still breathing every day, but life has been tough this year so far, but I'm feeling better. But the whole thing is that it's been a struggle. It hasn't just been an easy life from the beginning of this year. It's been a struggle, but I continue to see positive things going on. So when I'm up and walking and doing and things, I can mow the grass. It's been a lovely spring. All of the azaleas bloomed. Unfortunately, we got a nippy night one night when all of the dead gum mulberries were putting out, and I'm not going to have one mulberry this year. However, there are the grapes are looking good, and so are the blackberries. So it's not a total loss. The wild, I've been calling them wild blueberries, they're sparkleberries, but there's a bunch of them this year too. So, you know, um, but so spring is good. There have been days where they, fly over and put all kinds of clouds in the sky. Today was beautiful, not a cloud in the sky. So praise be, thank you, Jesus. And to the creator, I love you. I'm going to Georgia in May for a wedding, but you're 9.5 hours from where I will be. Where are you going to be at? You going to be in North Georgia? That's some distance. My son is what, 350 miles from me, and I think that's a long drive. Some buildup of pressure that, like a volcano, ready to go at any moment. Yep. And there are volcanoes going off, ready to go off too. So, but one of the things also that in my perception and in my, in my dreams, in my perceptions, the my friends have started, they've come back and started giving me things to look at, and hey, look at this over here, like, ooh, but the thing is, there are the incidents that happen, and then there are the people who react. I mean, there are people who react to the incidents. Oh my God, there's a plane falling out of the sky. Well, that's a reaction, right? And the people around it. And there are some people, men and women, but women are going to, oh my God, wait, do that again. Monterre Blash. Oh, Vance's Flash. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. And Barron is a clone of Trump. um, yeah, well, that's interesting that you say that, because I was um, yeah, it was interesting today to see Melania come out and give her statement. For her to come out, wherever she's from, very strong and very, very dignified. And I was like, whoa, dang, look at that. What does that mean? So it's very interesting what's going on. And if the Blash and the Mater are working together, my curiosity is that I can see the good at the end of the road. And maybe that's just it. I'm being sold on that. But I've been watching everything real close, and it's like, okay, so if these are the bad guys, then I see that, there is a restructuring going on. And it's like, they've invited a bunch of businesses into the United States. There are people going to work when I go into town, either one of the towns around, people are working. There's construction going on. People seem that I meet seem to be happy, and it's like, okay, so where is the negative in this? You know what I mean? So it's like, well, there's positive things happening. So if these are the bad guys, what the fudge are they up to? You understand? So I'm watching. I'm going, well, yeah, the gas price has gone up, but at least we have it. You know, I can see where Venezuela and everything. We're not going to run out of gas. It might be expensive, but back in the day of Jimmy Carter and folks like that, we stood in lines, and there was the soap opera is in full effect. Okie dokie. But so in looking at the future events is like, so Trump is working for these things. Yeah, it's three something here, but I buy premium, so it's $4 a gallon for me, at least. But here's the thing: over in Europe, it's even worse. So okay, is that proud that it's worse in some other places? Well, but the thing is that as old as I am, to see the price of gas go up, I remember the days when there wasn't any gas. You couldn't buy a gallon of gas, but back then it was 79 cents a gallon, but you still couldn't buy, oh my God, it's $1 a gallon. And everybody went nuts, but we couldn't find any gas. There are lines and lines and lines of people, waiting at gas stations. So we don't have that. There's a lot of gas. It's just expensive. Okay. All right. So see Pathfinder's last point about V for victory. It's fake. Churchill did it during the war. Nobody knew what it meant. And media turned it into V for victory for PR. Yep. Well, here's the thing. At this point, watching the whole thing unfold, there are still people working. There are still jobs coming. Themselves, the hidden hand in plain sight. But Richard, okay, so what are they showing? They're showing their hand. You mean they're showing war? They're showing death? Is destruction? Is that what they're showing? Oh, it's a 20 somewhere. It's been 23 minutes. That's good enough. What time is it? Oh, it's 20 after by this clock. Richard, I'm watching the whole thing play out. They are involved in showing who they are hidden in the thing that they say and show. Well, I scratch my head and go, well, is that necessarily a bad thing? I listened to Vance and he's talking about peace and how Hungary and is doing the right thing, and how, which in my opinion, World War II, Hungary was bad, all the things that happened in Budapest and all, and the fact that he's over there. And I listened to his speech and I was like, I was impressed, So I couldn't find anything wrong in what he said, except that America first, blah, blah, blah. And they all, pulled out the flag. But, to be sovereign entities, to be proud of your heritage. How I can't find anything wrong in something like that. So what the Flash are trying to show me in plain sight, I guess I'm blind and I don't see it. There, I said it. I'm looking straight at it and scratching my head going, okay, okay. Okay. So I guess my brain is still waiting for more input of something else. They talk the talk, then 10 years, then years later, they turn on these words. Oh, I don't doubt it. Get support and abuse it. Yeah, there's always that. But no offense, Richard, but every one of these folks has done that stuff. The Bushes, the Clintons, all of them have done something. You know what I mean? So, not trying to be a kerfuffle in the thing, but so here's one, just a plain out simple question. In all my years of watching this stuff, what's different about this time? To me, it seems like we're straightening things out. Things are being put into order. It seems logical to me, and it's like, well, I might not like the way they're doing it, but it seems logical. So for me, after all of the chaos of all of these years of stupidity of watching folks, here seems to be a little bit of common sense. So is common sense the trap? They're going to lull everybody into a sense of everything's groovy, and then what? So they're in it for the money? Seriously? That's just what they're after? I know they're in for the control. I can understand they got Venezuela, and so we've got all the oil in the Americas, and the folks on the other side are fighting for what they can get. Interesting play. Yep. And so Trump said the other day, we got all the oil we need over here. We don't get any oil from through the Straits of Hormuz. So y'all can fight about it, protect it, or do what you want. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead. So, but over the years and watching stuff, it's like, you know, um, dictate our lives and opinions also. Yep. But Richard, here's the thing. I was sitting outside looking at the sky today, drinking some coffee and having a cigarette. And I looked out across my place and I'm like, I put my time in. I worked for a living. I helped make auto part spark plug wires for all different kinds of cars in America and in Europe. I did my job as an engineer. I did my job to work with others in the plant so that we had a community and we all worked together to make the best product possible. And then our jobs went to Mexico. But while I was there, I did the best job I could. And I helped everybody else. I'm not lying. I helped everybody else to do the best job they could do. Because if we all as a collective could do a good job, then we kept our jobs up to a point. I would love to sit out with you and have a cup of coffee in the stars and talking. Absolutely. But so I'm thinking to myself, I'm very lucky. Now I've worked my butt off to have these 18 acres, but I'm very lucky to not have bombs or things flying over my head exploding. I'm very lucky that, you know, as Americans, I live in the land of the home of the free and the brave, right? Okay. So what is that? Is that an illusion? Well, but this is I live in the state of Georgia, which is in America. So, you know, by that, um, so but do we accept freedom? Now, I've been in jail. I've been in situations like on the river for days where I couldn't get out. That's like, oh my God, I'm going to die here, kind of thing. And so there are those situations where it's like, they're very serious. Now I've never been. Well, I think I was shot at once or twice, but not like in a war. So I really don't know what that's like. I don't want to find out. But of all the things that I have experienced, I've experienced days with, without water, literally days without water, right? On the river, trying to sip water that was not good for me. Um, and made it through tough times. And so it's like, well, Dave, you don't know what it's like, but I do in a lot of things. But all of these things that I've lived through has given me strength. How? It's given me strength to know that I've made it through tough times. And if tough times are ahead of me in some way, I'm going to do my best to get through them. And I know I'm confident because of all my past history of things. Now, Creator could throw some shit my way that I dislike. Well, that's it. Like when I was trying to get my canoe out of the river last week, when the ass end of my truck bottomed out on the bottom of the Oclockney River. And I looked at the back end of it and said, "It's there ain't no digging this one out, Dave. We got to call the tow truck." So 6 hours later, a tow truck came and pulled me out of the river. Being humble and true, or try to be, I have to work on it daily and remind myself, or it in these crazy times. Yes, that's why one reason I'm here, Richard, for tonight at least. Well, I'm here all the time actually. Because spirit, the spirit can get wild and we can just, forget, you know, where is the calm in my life when there's so much chaos going on? And it's like we got to keep our spirits together. We've got to maintain our I haven't talked about it in a while, but um, we've got to keep our core values. You know, um, you help. Good. I stay humble and be grateful and do many things. Yeah, one of the big things is as far as being humble. It's not like you got to go out somewhere and prove that you're humble. You just have to be it. You just have to accept. I'm not any. Well, I might be better at um, at cutting wood, and somebody else is better at painting, So they're good at painting. I'm good at cutting wood. So, so I'm not any better than someone. I'm just the best that I can be with what I know. And they are the best they can be with what they know. Painting, I'm a carpenter. You're a painter, I'm a carpenter. But between the two of us, I can build stuff and you can paint it and it looks great. So between the two of us, we create. So I'm not better than someone. I'm equal because I can create with someone else, and between the two of us, we can create. Now, not everybody thinks that way, right? Everything's just a job or blah, 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 blah. But you use cup of cheese. Hey, John, how you doing? Wait, what's up here? Um, well, I'm glad that I've helped Richard over and you've helped me too, and with Pathfinder too. So some of the questions I have, I'm always looking out. I am Hawkeye for goodness sake, right? And so I didn't get this job easily. Being Hawkeye, being the one that is you know uh, looking ahead, looking out, and so I'm doing that. But in doing so, I can't quite figure out what the hell the puzzle is. Now, the puzzle is probably much bigger than not necessary. It's not bigger than I can perceive, It's bigger than, oh, so you're going to do it that way, huh? Oh, so that's what you're going to do with that. So it's like, well, I can see it and I can understand that you're going to do something with it, but I don't know what, you know? So now, is this a good plan or a bad plan? And I scratch my chin. And after having lost my job to Mexico, I'm glad as hell that that the people that that took our jobs to Mexico are now having to pay a tariff to bring it back into the United States. So I'm sure that these guys are trying to jump that fence, the company, they're trying to jump the fence and bring it back into the United States because they made a boo boo. So, but that's a good thing because, sorry to the Mexicans who will lose their jobs, but, Press the Light Wire is going to bring all that mess back into the United States. They don't want to have to pay tariffs on all those spark plug wires and things that they used to make here in South Georgia. So, and there are lots of other things that are going to be happening that are not necessarily coming back to South Georgia, but it's coming back into the United States. So, looking at it in the long run, I don't see that it's bad. How far away do you live from Bon Air, Georgia? I don't know. Where is Bon Air? It sounds north. I'm in South Georgia. I'm like 40 miles from Florida. I'm in South Georgia. I'm near Thomasville. If you're looking for a big town, it would be Valdosta. I'm west of Valdosta. But Chloe, I don't. Warner Robins. Oh, that's up around Macon. That's not far. We when the carnival that I played, when we played Fort Valley, which is close to there. You know where Fort Valley is, right? But yeah, that's just up the interstate. That's a couple of hours on the interstate. Smoke if you got them. So, but anyway, I know there are a lot of things that people are like, oh my God, I can't believe. But there are things that I've been watching. It's like, at this point, it looks good from here. Now, in my brain, I'm wondering, so there are jobs coming back into America, like the jobs that we lost that are coming back into America, dumbasses. And the other things that, car companies did. My friend who worked with the wastewater treatment here, my friend Serge that died a few years back, he worked extensively in Mexico, to help with the engine plant for Chrysler, for the PT Cruiser. And, why put all that money into Mexico? And now all of those parts and anything, if they're still building engines, they have to pay a fee to get them back into the United States. So, folks are scrambling. They're probably moving all that equipment and everything back across the border. Is that a bad thing? I don't see it. So now, but maybe in the future, they bring all these things in and they make us all feel like, we're all comfortable and everything. And then somehow they pull the rug out from under us. Well, that's possible, but that's I've had the rug pulled out from underneath me along with other people, like losing our jobs before. So um, I'm going to just sit back and watch because at the moment, the way things are moving, that's about the only thing you can do. If you try to get in the middle of all this mess, you're going to get squashed. I'm still looking for donuts from Ford Fusions from Mexico. From what? For donuts from Ford Fusions from Mexico. Oh, okay. So you're up around Warner Robins. That's only 2 hours away. That's really, in the scheme of things, that's not really far. So what do you do up yonder? You work on the base or anything? Are there any good places to fish up there? I want another place to go fishing and not get stuck in the river. Of course, everywhere in the state of Georgia, we're in a state of drought, and that's a shame. Cheers. Oh, you're in Texas. Oh, howdy ho to Texas. There are places in Texas I would love to go visit. I've only been through it going to um, going to Interstate 10 out west. So I should go fishing. But listen, going fishing, there's just something peaceful about it. Unless you're, go fishing in a crowded place where there's a lot of noise. Hopefully you would find a place that's peaceful. Um, but anyway, so did I tell you about my issue of having to stay in the truck all night long when I went fishing? It's 2 weeks ago now. I came back up the river, full moon, after paddling my big canoe. Not an issue. It was wonderful. I got back to the boat ramp, backed the trailer up perfectly. There was the same distance on either side of the truck. I had never done that before. It was beautiful. And I backed down into the river. My tires touched the water like it was supposed to. And I pulled the boat up onto the trailer and cranked it up close and got in and gave it a little gas, and it went vroom. Didn't go anywhere. I'm in the sand. I've been in the sand on the ramp before. Give it a little gas. Vroom. Nothing. It ain't moving. One more time. Vroom. Nope. Got out and looked, and the back right tire was hanging down like this. And there was this much space between the tire and the dirt underneath. It had just wallered out this big hole. And the back end of my truck and the trailer, the whole trailer, front end of the trailer, was sitting on the bottom of the Oclockney River. So I tried my best to get I looked at it and said, there ain't no digging out of this one. I got to call a tow truck. So all night long, I tried to get a tow truck, and it wasn't until like 6 o'clock in the morning. The guy, he finally called me and said, I just got out of the shower. And I said, well, I'm stuck in the river. And it was about 40 minutes later, because it took him that long to get where I was from where he was at, no problem. A really nice guy. And 10 minutes later, everything was fine. He pulled me up the ramp and there was no damage, but except the fact that me and Duggar had to sit in front of the truck all night. So it was another, and God bless. Now, y'all give Barry a hand, because he stuck with me on the phone almost all the way through it all. And God bless him. He have Saint Barry. He stuck with me the whole way, talking to me, because I could have still made it. I had cigarettes and a little bit of smoke, and we had something to drink, and it wasn't really cold. And and Duggar was with me in the truck, and I had everything I really needed, except I was stuck in the middle of that. Not in the middle, but on the edge of the river. But the water was still flowing over the trailer hitch. So we were in the bottom of the Oclockney River. That I'm not stretching the truth on that one. It really was. So, but anyway, so it was another adventure. as a shaman in training, it's another thing. It's like, can you're stuck in your cab, and I have been many miles in my truck. You know, I have driven to Arkansas and back. I've driven many times to Florida. I've driven many times to Tennessee and to do puppet shows and things. I've been in the mountains of Tennessee and northern Georgia, and so I've been on all these adventures. And here I am, stuck stuck in the middle with you. All kinds of songs going through my head. But I'm stuck in the river in the cab, but I can't go anywhere. But my truck has been all of these places. And so, the idea of water in the shaman thing, because the water is alive and water connects us all together. We're made of a lot of water, but to be stuck in the river and in the water, the water was only like yay deep, it wasn't real deep. But of course, the boat trailer was in deeper water out because it was further out. But the water was still flowing through there because the water's so low. And so here I am thinking, but I'm still being that I'm stuck, but I'm still connected because I'm connected through the water. What happened with the nasty neighbor? Has he been trespassing again or violent? No, and I have to stay frosty, my friends. Stay thirsty. Thank you, Pathfinder. God loves you, and I am paying attention. I am. I'm paying attention. I got so many questions, but I am paying attention. So, and thumbs up on that one. Stay frosty. Stay thirsty, my friends. Stay frosty, my friends. Dos sake. But anyway, so in this one, in this crazy world, 15, 20 years ago, we're all going to die because the air is going to be so polluted. We're not going to be able to, well, 20 years later, it ain't like that. Yeah, we've had some bad weather and yeah, we've had some dust and yeah, but I remember when there were fires in South Georgia, especially over in the swamp, that it was so smoky and so bad, you could not see out the window. And if you went outside, it was so smoky and so clogged with a fire that's like 75, 80 miles away from me, and all of South Georgia and North Florida was covered with smoke, deadly smoke. You could not breathe. And it's like, well, I remember those days. And other people are like, when did that happen? Well, look it up. But for days on end, the wind shifted and it went little different ways. But all of South Georgia was covered with smoke from the fires from the swamp in I'm trying to think, the Okefenokee. What is that? Was really hot here the other day in April. That's pretty. It is rare. And Richard, right now the water's really low in Georgia. But thank goodness I still have water in my well. Fingers crossed. I keep some there, right? But the La Nina thingy is going to be pushing a strange current across the Gulf of Mexico, America, and it's going to be an interesting summer with thunderstorms, hurricanes, or whatever for us here in the area. Oh, water is real important. And what I was trying to get at with being stuck in the river is that it's a spiritual thing. So, as much as I was isolated, nobody drives by there. You have to drive down this dead end road to get to the boat ramp. And you can hear cars and trucks over on the bridge which is like less than a quarter mile away. Um, and it's like you're there, you're near town, you can hear the vehicles, but you're stuck. And I could have walked, but walked where? So, and done what, you know? But I was still connected by the magic of water, is my point. I was stuck, but I wasn't because I was still connected to the water. My boat's still in the water, and I was like, maybe I should just push it back out and go back out in the lake, right? But I was so damn tired from paddling and from being an old geezer, you know, first time I'd really paddled my canoe in a long time, and I was grateful and I feel good about it and I want to go back. Um, but I want to go back under different circumstances. You know what I mean? So, but there's always a lesson in everything. So, in days of yore, when my mind was poor, um, I would have looked at this and I would have cussed. I would have thrown things. I would have broken something for sure. I would have broken something just out of furiousness and you know, I'm getting stuck in the bed. But I didn't do any of it. So I have humbled myself before the Creator. So I accepted what was given to me. The guy's going to be here in 2 hours. Okay. Well, he's not. He's going to be here in another 2 hours. Okay. He's not. He's going to be here in an hour and a half. Well, this time it was right. So patience. Jumping up and down and breaking anything wouldn't have done any good. Stuck in the river. It was perchance what the hell, you know. It's going to be one for the books, you know. But in shaman's terms, I have can see that I have learned to not be angry like that. I can see that in my lifetime, I have been able to conquer anger like that. Oh, sure, I was pissed. I think I might have been me. I was stuck there. Honest, I would have been raging, even though it makes no difference to the outcome. And see, and that's my point, Richard. That's what I've learned, you know, because previously you have no idea the anger I would have had. Something would have gotten broken big time. So, but to the point that you just made, being angry would have done nothing to the outcome. And that was one of the first things. It was like, all right, Dave, we are bargain stuck in the river. We are bottomed out. The tongue of the boat is on the river bottom. We're stuck. We don't have anything to get us out. I have gotten myself out of all kinds of situations over the years, but I didn't have a come along. I didn't have certain things. And I was like, I'm stuck. The friends I used to have are dead who would have been able to come get me. So I'm thinking about now my neighbor Ricky, you know, Miss Sheila that has come on over the years, you know, and has helped me, my neighbors. Ricky was like, call me. We would have got you out. Somehow we would have got you out. And I was like, yeah, but it was like 12 o'clock at night. And I know y'all were sleeping. And I didn't want to bother you. If this better not happen again. But he was like, did you have your cigarettes on you and some water and snack? Didn't have any snacks. All I had was processed cheese, you know, that you unwrapped the slices. But being Duggar, snacked on that till we got home when the sun was coming up. And I went to the river at like 12 o'clock the day before. So it was like 12 plus 6, 7 hours. Anyway, I was there a while. But so I had something to drink, and I had cigarettes, and I had a little bit of, you know, smoke, and so everything was okay. and I was safe. But you got to sit in the front seat of a vehicle. But I considered it as though I had driven many miles in that truck, and the many things that I had seen looking out the window of my truck. Now, Duggar hasn't traveled too much with me in the truck, but I rolled down the window and I looked outside, and it was a full moon. The swamp and well, not much of a swamp at the moment, but all the landscape and everything is is lit by the moonlight, and there's a hue to everything, and everything looks different, and it doesn't really look creepy. It just looks different. It's it's a twilight daylight, and in the middle of the night from the moon. It was beautiful, with the moonlight down on the river, paddling back. It was beautiful, looking up at the moon full and everything, and just what. So look at what the Creator has given me. Now it didn't give me, because the river's always there. The moon comes up and does its thing. I just happened to be on the river when the moon came up. So to me, it was like what the Creator gave me. Well, Creator didn't give me anything. I gave myself the opportunity to see what Creator has created, what Great Spirit has in store, that is sitting around the next bend in the river. No, there no alligators actually, and there used to be in that area. So what, having Duggar? I missed that one. Having Duggar with you help. Yeah, but he just looked at me like, why are we sitting in the truck? How come we're not going home? He didn't really like the ride in the canoe. He was really good, but he just has to sit, and he's bored, and he's like, I want to get out. There's nothing to do. Well, we stopped at a beach, and he got out for a good half hour, 45 minutes while I was fishing. So he got to roam around in a strange new place. So it wasn't like he was cooped up, but he didn't want to get back in that canoe. He didn't want to sit in the front. He wanted to sit back with me and be like right underneath me. So, but anyway, Duggar was great, but and being stuck in the front. So yeah, to the point, I wasn't alone, and 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 good old Mister Barry stayed with me on the phone. When I plugged into the battery and everything, and I had the right connection, and so yeah, Duggar kept looking at me like, come on, man, let's go home. Do you need to go pee? No, I just want to go home. He'd give me that sad eye look, and he'd lay back down on the seat, and he'd get up and he'd turn around once or twice, and he'd look at me like, we're still here. Yeah, okay. He lay back down. He's a good dog. He really is. So yeah, I couldn't understand really, but because I kept checking, and it was like, well, we'll be there in an hour, and well, I'll be there in another hour. No, well, we'll be there in another hour. No, three times, and then the fourth was a charm. But anyway, so you got to, with all things, you got to learn to be patient. So that was one of those lessons that if I have to go through it again, okay. Now here's interesting. There are people who are trying to fly on an airline, and they go to the airport, and they got to wait in line for 4 hours. Well, at least I had Barry to talk to, and I could smoke some, and I knew that eventually there was going to be a, a a tow truck to come pull me out. I knew that. Or I was going to wait until Ricky got up, and I was going to call him at the house, because that was my next thing. Is like, well, if they don't pull me out, it'll be 7 o'clock in the morning. I'll call Ricky and see if he can come get me. But anyway, so enough of that story. But we got to keep our spirit up. We can't lose our core value. We've all grabbed a hold of spirituality somehow, and however you look at it, however you feel it, it's there. Just accept it. The cards tonight was easy. There's Swan, who went into the dream time, and all she had to do was accept what the creator had in store for her. you know hey, you come into the dream time, accept what I got for you there, ugly duckling. And she did. And she came out a swan. She came out gracefully. And that's what we learn. We learn what grace is all about. And so, if we lose the power of our soul, we have lost. We've really lost. But even though we may feel like our soul is lost, in the grand scheme of things, it ain't lost. It's just being miscellaneous out there without necessarily a place to go. Um, be like water, go with the flow. Exactly, Pathfinder. And that was the thing with my ass end of the truck in the Ochlockonee River. I was like, the water's flowing. I'm standing there by the canoe. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm fishing for a drink out of the cooler. You know, um, and I'm like looking up at the moon, going, "Well, it could be worse." you know, I got the water flowing around my ankles. Um, and the water's real low. The water's real low. So where the boat ramp is, the river gets real narrow right there in that particular spot. And so it's only like 4 feet wide, but it is kind of deep. It'd be up to your waist at least, maybe up to your chest. It's a deep little spot, but it's only so wide. But that's where the river narrows. And so as it narrows, it flows pretty quick, So standing there with the canoe, on the boat trailer, having the water flow, around you because the water is that close in. But feeling the water, and that's my point, feeling the water is the feeling for me, and understanding it, because water connects us all. It is the magic thing. What are they looking for on the moon? Water. What does keeps us all together? Water. One of the things I thought was funny was when I was watching the Artemis crew, and they were like, "Oh, look out the window there! We're blasting some pee out the window." And there was these little droplets that went by the spaceship window, and it's like, "What? Yeah, we just let some pee go out the side." Everyone loves a hot bath or a shower. Yep. And when you do it, use it as an exercise. Like when you're in the bath, um, I am here, I'm one with the water. The water is a life force. Think about those kinds of things, sort of as a prayer. But it's more of an awareness. I'm in the water, and the water is part of a life force, and the life force is the earth, and we're all part of water. Yeah, water is the blood. It's essential for life for all of us. Now, I don't know about some aliens, but I think the reason they keep coming here is to get a dadgum water. So, which is okay. I guess we could share. There's a bunch of it. But anyway, so what is the value of now? How many times did you pee in the river? I didn't. I don't like peeing in the river. I actually, when I'm this is a secret, but I'm gonna tell you, but it's for me, for fishermen, this is the way to go. I learned it from my pops, but not necessarily in the boat. But so I'm old, I got a bad back, I have trouble standing up. Okay. So all of a sudden I gotta pee. I'm in a canoe and I'm on the water, it's a little wobbly. I'm trying to get up to pee. All right. And where am I going to pee? Well, I'm going to pee in the water. Well, but if I try to pee in the water, the boat's going like this, right? And I'm going to try to stand up. I'm old. I'm going to try to find my thing to pee with, right? Which, like, where is the damn thing? And so, but what I have is a jug. I've got an empty jug that detergent came in, liquid detergent with the wide mouth. Okay. And it's one of the small bottles, but I keep it with me. I keep it in the truck. Had to use it the other day. It was an emergency. So I can stand up with the door open and put this in my shorts and look like I'm, looking at something in the truck, and I'm actually, having to take a leak because, when it starts coming out, it comes out. So rather than try to pee out the side of the boat or something like that, I keep a container to pee into. And then when I get out, I pour it on the ground. So I know I could pour it in the water and it would dissipate and all that kind but it's just in my head. I don't pee in the river. Now, if I'm swimming or something and I get caught and I can't make it to the shore, well, all bets are off, you know. But anyway, that's how I treat it in the boat. I pee in a container and then I pour it out on the ground when I get to the land. So, but anyway, what am I saying? It's easier. It's just easier. You don't have to worry about tipping the boat over or trying to stand up. And a lot of times, you don't quite make it over the edge of the boat and then you peed on inside the boat. Nah, just pee in a container and then pour it out when you get back. So, anyway, a tip for the day. Now, ladies, we're going to have to pull over for y'all. That's all there is to that. Going, well, where's the beach? Where's a place? Well, you got 8 foot, walls here where you're paddling. That's the bank is 8 foot up. There's you want to get out and go up there and pee, darling. So, but anyway, um, and there are some tough women, let me tell you, that would do that. But I've met a few of them over the years. Anyway, so but keep the faith. You know, just keep your faith. And as I say, and we always say, you got to believe somehow, you know, keep our heads down, help each other out in a pinch. And as the cars keep saying, accept what the Creator's got for you. You might not necessarily like it right at first, but if you keep using your hawk senses and be observant of what's going around, you might see a different avenue coming at you. Because the bat card is like, we got to get rid of all the old stuff to accept new things. And that's obviously what's coming. We've got new things coming our way, and we need to be prepared one way or the other. But being angry and being pissed off and being, one thing is sometimes you just have to sit still and wait for stupid shit to go by. And then you can stand up and go, okay, I see where y'all are going with this. Oh, I caught one gar that was like, I ain't lying. It was 30 inches long, big some bitch. And, but I did not get a chance to, um, oh, not yet. What time is it? Nope, it's about time to take them though. So I was going to try not to make this be too long. It's an hour and 9 minutes right now. And so y'all want to hang out a little longer? I'll stay with you, but I was going to try to just stick with an hour. I could come back, but at the moment, it's just like I want to try to come back and do live streams and have chats with you and try to, um, you know, stay up to date. And I love hanging out with you guys. I do, but at the same time, having 4 hour long podcasts are just, especially with me just yakking. So, but want to try to be more informative in a shorter amount of time, you know. To but the as people are looking at things these days, I'm aware of the war and what's going on and this and that and the other. And people say, "Well, aren't you upset?" And I'm like, "Why?" Well, because they're going to war. And I'm like, "Yeah, but you know, I knew someone in 1972 at the University of South Florida, and he was his 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 uncle was a brother to the Shah of Iran. He was a nephew, and he was going to the University of South Florida to learn chemistry. And he would come over to this apartment where I was um, um, sharing. I was rooming there, paying rent, and he'd come over and get high with us, and we'd have dinner, wine, stuff like that. But he was a really cool guy. And then all of a sudden it was like, and I can't remember exactly when, but I can remember that he came over and is like, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go back. Steve, how are you? Holy mackerel there. Holy macamole. Um, but that he was in a hurry, and he was like, my uncle's calling me back to Iran, and he said there's something going on, and it was like, now this was 1972, and so maybe 73, but pretty sure it was 72. So anyway, shook hands, all that. Next thing we know, he's gone. But a few years later, then there's the big shakeup, and all the mess that's going on now with Iran. So I remember, people that I remember him. What a nice guy and how he's this and blah 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 blah. And my uncle wants me to learn chemistry. I'm going to go work in an oil field, and and so he went back to Iran. So, but then turmoil came a few years later. So I've often wondered, how did it work out for him? Because they hung and murdered a bunch of people, back then, with the takeover and all. So um, I guess he'd be about my age or a little older now, but as a matter of reference. But anyway, so I've thought about that over the years, and the fact that Iran, is in the state that it's in. So am I displeased that they're trying to, route these, to route the bad guys out, the mullahs and the guys and the thingies, and so it's like I'm I'm kind of sort of on board with this. Yeah, but it's war and it's death and there's bombs and there's stuff. I know, but they blew up the Kool and they blew up this and they bombed Beirut and they killed all these other people and they took our soldiers and hung them and threw them off the side of it. You know, I remember for the last 47 years, I remember, just like a lot of other people. So it's like, so am I displeased with what's going on? I don't like killing. I don't like war. But them mofos over there do not like us. You understand? They have not liked us for a long time. And I've often wondered about, I say, my friend, I'm met him for a couple of months there when he was going to school in Tampa. So I can't really call him my friend and acquaintance, but he was a nice guy. Can't remember his name, but um, I can sort of remember his face, and he smiled a lot and had a good attitude. I wonder if they hung him. It's where I store my crystals. So jealous, would love a tree house to live in. be careful about the treehouse business, because when you got to pee or poo, plumbing is a bitch. Now, to go stay in a treehouse, but to live in a treehouse, anything that's above the ground and you want to use a toilet, and some people say, well, I'll poo in something. Well, then you got to take that poo and you got to take it down to the ground somehow. So be careful. I want to live up here. Yeah, but when you got to pee or poo, you got to come down from up there. And when you get old like me, it's a bitch. you know, I got an upstairs that I have trouble with. You know, now if I can fix the toilet up there, then my issue of rushing downstairs is fixed with when I can fix the toilet upstairs. But my issue with the toilet upstairs is I don't have any water in the well. So if I get water back, I could fix the toilet. I could go back upstairs. Mm. Anyway, so, but yeah, you got to be careful with things like that. What do monkeys do up in the trees? They poo, right? Bing. What do birds do? You know, um, thank God cows don't fly. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, so the fact that there are people that are really worried about this is World War III, and it's like, listen, these folks were going to do this. Hey, Scotty, what you doing? These folks were going to do this because they've been at it for 1,000 years. They've been at each other's throats, and now they've got missiles. So, but here's the thing that I've been watching for, and here's the thing that I'm sort of praying for. Okay, that Iran's only got so many rockets. So let's sit back and let them shoot the damn things wherever they're going to go. Unfortunately, them folks that live nearby, but after a while, shouldn't they run out of bullets? I mean, seriously, shouldn't they run out of bullets? How many bullets do they have? Meaning rockets, okay? How many bullets do they? Okay, you keep shooting them poopies off and they keep going. How many more bullets do you have? So one thing is you could just sit back and wait till they run out of bullets. Seriously. We bombed the holy muss out of them. They've bombed as many places that they could find. There are still trucks with rockets on them. Okay. They're looking for them now with, that some of that special, sonar they got, radar, whatever kind. But that, is it time for them bad guys to just sure enough let Iranians be people again? I mean, seriously, let the Iranian people be people again. Because I've met a couple of them and let them be people again. They arrested, ICE picked up the two girls from General's Umpty Scrunch from Iran. And these girls are like, all decked out. They're standing by helicopters and they're flaunting. They're living in luxury. And while back in Iran, everybody's got to wear the thingies. And they're just having a good old time over here, and I think in LA. So ICE picked them up. You know, I think in war statistic, bullet kill less in war is mostly other stuff like bombing and drones. Yep, they cause the damage. Yep, I didn't want that. Oh, come on, go away. Yeah, but you know what I mean. I'm talking about when I say bullets. I'm talking about the rockets at this particular point in time. But and I'm hoping that they run out. You know, that they will stop fighting by default, that they ran out of ammunition, and that Trump and them have said if anybody tries to supply them, with any kind of weapons. We not going to like that. We're going to put tariffs on you 50% right now. So, okay. So let's see how that goes. So, but they got a lot of tunnels, and they have been busy little beavers making bombs. So, but how many more do they have? So, but here's my thing. I'm not going to sit here and worry about it. Other people, oh my God, how they're bombing. Well, thank God I live here and not there. I made some choices years ago. I'm going to live here. And they don't have rockets nearby. Um, we do have a good supply of fireworks, but um, but I'm still praying for the folk, and I'm trying to see ahead, like, you know, run out of rockets soon. And may the rockets that you shoot don't kill anybody. Now, it's going to harm some folks because when them buildings blow up and rocks go flying for hundreds of yards in the air and can land on you and hurt you, and sides of buildings will blow up on you. And I know it's all perilous. And all I can say is, the people that are over there, good luck, hunker down. You know, I live here because I live here. You live there where you're at for some reason. I don't know why you live where you live. There are lots of opportunities for people to try to get out of where they live, especially if it's potentially dangerous. I know that there are folks that live over there who feel that there is no way out and that they must live there and stick it out. That's sort of like being homeless. I was listening to a report today how much money they wanted to spend on homeless people. And propaganda does a lot of damage. Yes, it does. And what was that? We live where we live is because it's what we know. Yeah, but I mean, I was born in Ohio. Grew up in Florida. Um, hope you're doing well there, Steve. Moved to South Georgia. Been here for all these years. I've, been to Tennessee and Alabama and other places. So it's not like I've just been in one place. I took a trip with my brother all the way across the United States, down and around, and came back. So, one of these days I'm going to I'm going to go visit Barry in person. West Texas has wind, rain, and tornadoes. We get some of the same here. We get hurricanes, that have tornadoes. I have had two tornadoes literally go over my house and destroy my neighbor's barn. Um, but bad weather can hit you anywhere. I lived down in Tampa. There was a huge tornado that went through many years ago when I was going to Most Holy Redeemer. Um, and it destroyed a bunch of stuff. I mean, it was a quarter mile wide and just went through. But we were three houses north of where the tornado went by, and we heard it. Didn't know what it was. We got in the car to go to school and went down 15th Street and looked, and everything was gone on either side of the road. There was debris all over 15th Street. And we were like, what just happened? Tornado from Corpus Christi is hitting hard to, well, he's not. But so anyway, things are happening in ways that Dante has pointed out over the years, you know, that religious people are going to have issues in the coming months and years. Listening to Cliff High, Cliff is like, folks are going to be learning stuff, and it's not going to necessarily be what they expected. So what do we do? Well, I've said this years ago. My job is still the same. There are going to be people who are going to just go bat crap crazy, and we got to be here to help them pick up the pieces because they really didn't know. There's so much propaganda out there, and it's like I'm watching all things up, down, around, and about, and it's like, look at this over here. Yeah, but look at that over there. Somebody's being quiet about that. And somebody's doing something over here, and it's affecting this over here. And it's like, So, but in the long run, it's an interesting it's an interesting soap opera, I think is what Richard said. It's an interesting soap opera that's unfolding. And we get to watch. And if you believe in, the things that Casey said, that we had the opportunity when we were little grains of sand in the universe to accept being here at this time, to experience what's going on at this time. So for me, it's like, well, I didn't read the fine print, but I'm here. So there are people who don't want to be here. My brother, he finally got his wish, and he's to the other side a year ago now. And bless you, Danny. I'm still driving the Jeep. Thank you. And I mean that. I'd rather go fishing with him though. So I go fishing with him someday. Um, but to the universe, what can I do to affect change in the universe? Not a lot in my present situation, but I can be here for those people that might lose their mind. And we, as a collective of, remember, we're all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. Don't forget that. So, we, as members of this club, simply go, hey, you over there, I see you floundering in the universe. Let me just sit down with you and have a conversation. But I'm floundering in the universe and I don't know what to do. Sit down, my friend, and we shall have a cup of coffee and a donut, maybe, and we'll have a conversation. Don't look for black and white, look for the gray area, the hidden in between. Yep. Unfortunately, Richard, I see it too well. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, holy shit, look at that. Damn it, man. You know, um, and this last week, I don't know if I had a discussion with you. I think it. I know. I think I had the discussion with Barry, but I remember years ago, and if you go way back in some of my really early videos, I discussed. I think I had a walk-in. So I thought about it some more, and like, that's been a bunch of years ago, but did I really have a walk-in? Wait a minute. Did I really have a walk-in? I know that, and it's hard for me to use this word, but I know that I was possessed with a better spirit than me because they asked the creator, I need help out of this mess. I do not know what to do. So there was like, boom, okay, I'm here to help you. Well, wait a minute now. And it's like I watched things go by. I watched my life, I was still participating. But then when there were certain things that got me in trouble before, this new being inside was like, nope, wait a minute, hang on. We're going to step over it. Like it started teaching me not to be angry. and it taught me how not to be a drunkard. It taught me how to stay out of this. And it's like, oh yeah, but my brain's going, and my brain really was going crazy because they had put me on some medications for my brain and for my thing, and they were making me nuts. And so they had me on some really powerful um, mind altering drugs is all I can say. And so I went through that. I went through the withdrawals of it all. I went for, it was about 30, 40 days that I went through withdrawals, going like this and spitting up and conking out and do it. It was fun. But through it all, I made it. I'm still here. I'm a tough old buzzard or bugger, or I'm still here. But point is that you have to believe you can make it through, which is what I believe I can do this. It's tough as hell. It's raining. It's cold. And me and Doug are underneath a wet blanket that's soaked to the bone. And all we can do is, and this just happened about 3 weeks ago, right? Huddle down, hunker down, huddle between the two of us, and just wait until the rain goes by and the wind and the storm, which was brutal at the time. So, but we hunkered down and did it. We made it, right? So poor old Duggar, he was like, I don't, I was hunkered over him, and the rain was, just pouring through in the tent, and so, but it was short lived, thank God. You know, half an hour, 45 minutes, but you sure enough had to just hunker down is all I can say. And so thank goodness, the night we spent in the front seat of the truck was nowhere near having to hunker down under in the storm. But for every time you learn how to be stronger, for every time, did I want to hunker down with Duggar in the cold and the rain? Hell no. But for after all these years, Brad and myself both, we learned that we could still do it. We've been in storms before, we've been in hurricanes before, and so we've made it. And it was just enough. Did we want to do it? No. Do I want to do it again? No. But we did it. We found out that we're still tough enough to do it. And the thing is every single one of us is tough enough to do it. But some folks just chicken out because they don't think they can. Thank you. I'm making it better, brother. Oh, Chloe. Wait, what is that? My 1 year of the website is up. It's 475 to keep it up another year. I guess that in this day and age, that doesn't seem too bad because I used to have a website and about what it used to cost to keep it up. So, first question, is it worth it? Flat out, regardless of anything, money, this, that, is it worth it? The next thing I would say is, generally speaking, don't give up before it's time. Around your knees. Yeah, not quite to my knees, brother, but getting in and out of my friend's truck, which is high up, sliding out to get out. It takes my nuts every time. I'm like, oh, damn it, man. Get back in, drag them across the seat. Oh, damn it, man. Old age sucks, let me tell you. It's fun hanging out with y'all. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, and then I'm gonna get out of here. It's an hour and a half already, so I gotta say 2 hours this time. All right, but yeah. What time is it? Is it a 20? No, my time, because I don't set my clock up. Oh, it's you say 1:11. There you go. That's what time it is. Yep, that's what time it is. 1:11. So I'm going to put this little bit of bud on the back on the top of this pipe here, and if you will join me in a 20 here in a couple of minutes, we'll all have an enjoyable time, and we will share our energies together. Now, honestly, think about this. We're hanging out together right now. Hey, Pathfinder, what you doing? 7-Eleven there, hey. It's good to see you, Pathfinder. Honest to goodness. I got a show that I want to do, and the title is going to be Pathfinder space Silent 72 plus space DSAHK, and that's going to be the title. And it seems like the spirits are kind of turning me that way. So I would say expect that in the near future. Okay. The title's going to be Pathfinder space 72 plus space DSAHK. That's what it's going to be titled. And we will discuss that. So, and it seems like my spirit guides, because they haven't let me do it yet. Okay. So, but they're really like, you're going to do the show. This is going to be the title. This is going to be what's, you know, okay. So there's a couple of things in the background. It's kind of churning around. They want me to discuss, but it they're right now. It's like, yeah, this is what they're saying, and yeah, Hawkeye, we got some more stuff. We're going to turn around in your head before you have the discussion. So I was like, okay. So, but basically, with the Silent 72 plus, as I've said over the years, there are those of us who are working for the cause. I'm working for the good guys. There's no way you could turn me into trying to work for the bad guys. Can't happen, ain't gonna happen. Just no, 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 no. Especially now at this time in my life, just no. So, and do I believe? Absolutely. With all the things that we've talked about over the years, do I believe? Oh, hell yeah. And, that nobody's got to hit me over there. Do you believe, boy? No. Because when I was in the Catholic Church, especially, if you did something wrong with them nuns, they wrap the hell out of you with them wooden rulers and wrap you across the knuckles, um, wealth is of the heart and knowledge. Knowledge is the wealth, Richard. It's the knowledge that we take with us. It's like my time in the front seat of the truck. It was the experience of like, well, and me and Barry talked about all kinds of stuff, but it's the fact that, I didn't get angry, and we didn't get, um, we survived it. But if the things went, it was uncomfortable, yes, but we made it. So the lesson, another lesson, another thing we learned, another way that for me and the dog, had to drag him into this, but it's the knowledge of it all and what we learned from the experience. And for years and years and years, like, dear Lord, why am I here? And he kept slapping me around. It was like, get out there and do something, dipshit. Yeah, but I'm out here doing something, but I don't know what I'm doing. Well, but I was doing stuff, but I was doing stuff that was, in a lot of ways, was kind of dipshit. But I was doing stuff, but in my craziness, I was learning. I was learning not to do something. Don't do that again. And I learned to tell other people, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. So, I have been helping people along to try not to do stupid shit like I did. There was some stuff that was stupid, but it was really fun. Like I gotta tell you, it's almost 20. Okay. So I go up the driveway tonight, it's almost dark, and I got trash on the back of I am in the process of buying, and I'm about halfway there, of buying a golf cart. And it really rocks. I'm sorry, six, what, six, same, what? So anyway, I go up the driveway, and Duggar's running around having a good time, and I go up and I dump the garbage and everything, and I know that this thing rolls really good. In fact, a little bit too good. So I circle around and I start back down my driveway, and it's downhill the whole way. So it goes downhill a little bit, and then it hits a little rise, and that's the hump where the old roadbed is, and it'll roll and just does make it over that rise. I'm still, you know, close to the road, so I give it just a little bit of gas, electric, and over it I go, and then I start downhill. Now I just hold on, and downhill it goes, and it picks up speed, and there it picks up a little bit more speed, and bumpity bump bump, and it hits a little spot, and then it levels off a little bit, and it slows down, and it slows down, and it almost stops, but then it goes. It's like a roller coaster. It goes over that hump, and then it goes. Then it hits the decline going downhill, and I mean, it takes off, and this thing rattles and bumps and everything, and it's like, and then it hits another spot that is even got some more, um, downward slope to it. It hauls ass. And then I hit the grass and boomity booming all the way across the grass. And Duggar's running beside the thing going, what the hell are you doing? And he's running at top speed. So every time I come back down the driveway, it's like a carnival ride. All I got to do is just hang on. And down the driveway I came. It is fun as hell. It's the best $1,200 I will have spent, for that. But it does go other places on the property, but you know, it's a 20. So I would love to share that with you. If you were near me, I would say, come on, let's go. Let's go ride the driveway. Come on, you want to drive? All you got to do is hang on. Let's go ride the driveway. Let's go back up to the top and ride back down. As kids, we used to do shit like that. We had a tiny little hill in our neighborhood, and it might have been a 6 foot drop from the top of the hill to the bottom, really slope. But we made all kinds of cars and things to go down it, like the little rascals did. But Oompa Loompa, oh, dude, I mean, I'm 73 years old, but hanging onto that cart and it just going all by itself running down the because when it snowed 6 inches, I was really wishing that I had some kind of something to slide down on, and sled. But I just had the back operation and all that kind of stuff, and I really wasn't too much into sledding. But riding down the driveway with the golf cart, just letting it coast, is such a thrill. I know I'm crazy. 73, and I get to right back. Come on, let's go back up. I got more garbage to take to the drive, to the road. Drive down, come down the driveway, man. So, and so here's sort of where I'm going with this. It's like you got to keep your spirits up. Now, a year ago, my brother died. God bless him. Ended up leaving me his Jeep. I had no idea I was going to get a Jeep. And so by doing so, my friends in Florida moved up from Riverview to Old Town, like, within 2 miles of the Swanee River. Didn't know that they were going to get closer. So now it's closer for them to come visit me than it is for them to go to Riverview and visit friends, family, or whatever. So I had no idea that we were going to get back together in this. We've been friends, for the last 65 years. We met when I was 7 years old, and we've been friends since. So the fact that he would then sell me his golf cart, and the fact that these other things would transpire, the fact that we would go fishing and the thing. So there's a whole list of things that, a year ago I wouldn't have thought this. And then my brother passed away. I get his Jeep. I go to Florida. All these things transpire. I had no idea any of this was even in my future. None of it. So, do you know what's going to happen tomorrow, honest to God? I mean, honestly, do you know what's going to happen tomorrow? None of us really do. I'm going to get up tomorrow and I'm going to make some coffee. I'm going to go do some things. I got to go to town and pick up some meds. I got to go visit my friend Rhonda. I got to do some, but I've got a little bit of an agenda, but, no time frame. So, um, but is the world going to come crashing down? Is the bomb going to explode somewhere near me? Um, I I don't know. I hope not. But there are places in this world where that's going to happen. So I'm going to say my prayers, and I'm going to continue to pray that those folks will be safe as possible. And in the meantime, I want to share this 20 with you. Then I'm going to leave it with you. A little clip on your jacket. GoPro. Oh, I do have one. I got to learn how to use it. When I was on the river, I was like, where's my little GoPro thingy? And there's a little chest thing with straps, or I can wear it on my hat. But the thing that I find out with wearing it on your head, I'm too much like looking side to side. And if I'm going to videotape that, it's going to come out really shitty because it's going to be like, nyum, nyum, and that's not a pretty sight because I've already done some video and I don't like what that looks like, wearing a camera on your head. So got to wear, all these other people. And in the past, I have a big camera and I usually put it on a stick and then put the stick down my shirt so that the camera is sitting right under my chin. And it's a really nice Canon, with the lens and all that. And when I was in the kayak, Duggar sits right in front of me, so mostly all you see is the back of his head. But the GoPro now is much more comfortable and easier to do. It's also in a watertight container, you know. Oh, don't want to miss it. 20, y'all. But I still have adventures on the river to show. And I don't know if it's going to be interesting to anyone, but I have a documentary I want to do about the river. And I had to get my strength back up. I had to get my canoe back in the water. I had to do these things. And I had to overcome them for myself, because with all the back trouble and everything that I've had, the stent in my heart, which seems to be doing pretty good. I made it. I did all that paddling by myself down the river and back up, um, and I made it, you know. And let me repeat that: I made it, you know, because the her was so pretty laying there, just yeah. So, but the things, are there things that you haven't done in a while that maybe you should try again? Like, well, I haven't done that in a while. Well, maybe you should try. Maybe it takes an effort. And so by getting on the river with a canoe, it's 17.5 foot long. I mean, I don't think some folks understand. When I got in the back of the boat the other last week and I looked down and I was like, holy shit, you know. Um, my friend's got a speedboat that's only 16 foot. Uh, my canoe is a foot and a half longer than his speedboat. So it's like, but anyway, so it's the picture of it. Look how long that trumpet is. So, but in paddling it, once you get it going, it glides. It's a cat. Honestly, it's a Cadillac as far as a canoe is concerned, in my humble opinion. So I love it. But the fact that I'm back, I'm paddling, I'm using my arms, I'm getting my strength back. I lost 7 pounds. I haven't weighed, but I think I've lost a couple more since I weighed. But I brought my blood pressure down, and when I get done talking to y'all, I'm going to take my meds. So cheers. Wherever you are, I hope that you can find pleasure, even though there's craziness in this world. Ooh, reconnecting. Yeah, I've been on here too long. But take what you got. Whatever it is. I know I'm late. I got a big stick to. Last time though, it was like I saw what myself give up and let go and could see me sink down into the water. I've been in the water and saw that, Chloe. And I said, uh-uh. I clawed and kicked, and it felt like somebody was pulling me down. But that time I was in the water, um, when it was like 40 degrees. And I've told that story. It's been a while, but we were on a moonlight paddle on the Oclockney River. When my kayak turned sideways and under I went. Um, yeah, it's traumatic. I can still feel and see myself under the water looking up because brother was up there in the canoe and he had a flashlight looking down trying to see where I was. And so um yeah, especially in the especially for me, the water was so cold and I was like and then all I could think of was while I was in the water, I can swim. I know how to swim. Kick your legs. I know how to swim. Now, one of my issues was I had some heavy clothes on and I was sitting on my, my flotation device when I should have been had it on, so many things you know, but I was wearing clothes that by when they got wet, it was like, holy crap. And it was so cold. I have been in situations I've learned, I took let me back up a sec. I took lifeguard back when I was 16 years old, right? And so you learned you learned how to get in the water and take off whatever clothes you might have on, a jacket, or if you could take off your pants, and depending on the type of pants, you could tie knots in the legs and put it over your head and turn it into a flotation device, and so we learned how to do those things in a swimming pool, but we learned how to do those things. And so it was like, but when it's been a few years, right? But getting dumped in the water unexpectedly at night, in 40-degree water, it's not quite freezing, but it is. Hypothermia hits you immediately. There is no, oh, I'll wait a second. It's there, and you're like, ugh. And then you have that, and then you're trying to swim at the same time. But as I was going through the hypothermia and going down, I looked up and could see the light shining on the water and realized I got to go there. That's it. Don't panic, which I was panicking. Don't panic. You know how to swim. Kick. Pull your arm. Dave, you know how to swim. Kick. That was what was going through me. You know how to swim. And so I was like, hell yeah, because I've been underwater. I've actually done a little scuba diving back in the day. I can swim, damn it. And up I went. So, but during those few seconds when all of that's happening, I can remember it like it was yesterday, and it's been 15 years going on now. What? I think Hawkeye said crow again. Jaws the movie put me up on any enjoyment of deep water. Yeah, well, I've been in some deep water too, and it's just weird. I missed the animals tonight. What? The ocean is lethal if not respected. Any water is lethal if not respected. Oh, what cards were drawn tonight? Oh, they were groovy, man. All right, it's been 2 hours now. I'll stick with you. Let me hit this again. So we started out with, I can't believe it, most things could fly. First out was bat, and that's rebirth. So the rebirth starts out the thing. The next word is hummingbird, joy. So bat says clear all the old stuff, and hummingbird says here I am. Let's bring joy and song into your hearts. There you go. Um, the next one was, I got them all mixed up. The next one was spider, which is weaving, as in weaving. And so in our lives, we can get stuck. And a spider gives us the opportunity, to like check out on the edges of the web, meaning check out on the edges of our reality, okay, and see what's out there, but don't get stuck there, you know, and don't get stuck in the illusion. And the next one up was the next one up was dragonfly, and it's upside down. And dragonfly is about the illusion. So dragonfly upside down is that, you gotten lost in the illusion, Octopi are absolutely, and they're not from here, and neither are the other little octopus kind of things. But so the dragonfly was next. And then with the next one up was hawk. And hawk is all about, make sure that you're looking around and being observant of what's going on around you. And then the next card was swan. And swan is about grace, literally grace. And so swan, with the help of dragonfly, went into the the other dimension, the dream time. And as an ugly duckling, Swan asked, you know, Dragonfly, what do I do to go into the dream time? And Dragonfly, as he's the keeper of the illusion, the keeper of that medicine, and, guardian and helper and so forth. And he tells Ugly Duckling Swan that, all you have to do to go into the dream time is accept what the creator has in store for you, that you just accept it without trying to change it. And Swan, as an ugly duckling, said, absolutely, and went into the dream time, and a day or two later came out as the swan. And the swan learned by accepting what creator had in store for her that she came out full of grace. And so the lesson for us then, the next one card that I had was eagle upside down. And so eagle's like, um, the message is, they got to be careful and that we've lost touch with the earth. See, the upside down eagle is both in the spirit world and not. It's in two levels. So the upside down eagle is that maybe you've hit the ground and you have forgotten how to fly, or that you are flying too much and you haven't been grounded enough. So the whole idea is to pay attention. And then the last card up was the grouse. And grouse is about the spiral, the dance, everything that you see in old Indian, you'll see that spiral, you know, starts in the circle and comes around and around. You'll see it in all kinds of pictographs. That spiral is the spiral of the dance, and the grouse, because if you ever seen one dance, they dance around in circles, and in that, by dancing, you become connected back to the earth also, and by dancing the sacred spiral, then you also get the energy from the spiral like a tornado, and you can get that energy. And believe me, if you do that dance like that, it you can cross over. I ain't lying. It's in a way it's creepy because by you get I got caught up in the dance. Can't help it. You start out a little bit and it's like, yeah, okay. But then by putting your heart into it and really dancing the circle and dancing the spiral, and then it gets to a point where you can't stop. It's just that you got to go, and you got to go a little faster, and you got to keep going in the circle, and you got to keep feeling. And it's strange, but it's cool. But it's strange, but it's weird, but it's strange, but it's still the connection. So, but if you ever do it, if you ever connect to the spiral that way, so in all of these cards, not a bad one in the bunch. So look forward to what's coming up. Do you dance? John, I asked that a bunch to my mentor, to my medicine man. And he's like, because I have been a heyoke, which is sort of a backwards, I pick stuff, dress up, do things. Anyway, I've been a heyoke long before I understood about what a shaman was. or could be. And so still learning, but so am I, hey, okay. I do the opposite of things. So he would be teaching me about, doing a drum in a circle, and I'd be doing a ceremony. And then after it was over, he'd go, so why did you go counterclockwise, Dave? Hawkeye? And I'm going, well, because as I was doing the ceremony, that's how the spirit kind of got me going. I didn't choose to go counterclockwise. The ceremony pulled me in and I went counterclockwise. Well, he looked at me and he goes, well, as a Heyoki, then going backwards is fine for you. He said, but the ceremony should have been meant by going clockwise. And he said, so, well, and a few days later, he was showing me about a different ceremony. So I'm doing a fire ceremony. I don't know it. He's watching off in the distance. He's observing. Not trying to get involved, so he's trying to keep a distance so even his energy doesn't interfere with my ceremony, right? Being very respectful. But as I'm his student, he wants to see how things are going. So I'm doing this ceremony, fire ceremony, and it ended up that on the back of this hand, it's still visible, but it's there. So I took a coal out of the fire, red hot, showing up, burst into flame, piece of coal on the end of a stick about this long. And so I had the ceremony, and I was doing fire ceremony, and I'm putting herbs and stuff into the coals, and I'm saying prayers, and I've got the drum, I've got a rattle, and so the ceremony was like it overtook me, and then it was like for the fire ceremony, for their ceremony, we have to mark you, and I was like, okie doke. So I got a hold of this very, very hot red coal ember and put it to the back of my hand. And at first it was just to feel the heat of the coals. And hey. But then it was that as the closer I got with the coals to my hand, I could not feel the heat. So ended up branding the back of my hand with that coal. Never felt it. Back and forth, pulled it away, never felt it. Put the coal back in the fire, added some more sage, never thought about it. When the ceremony was over, I could feel it. But with the burning of the coal on the back of my hand, as tender as it is, there was never a blister. It barely got red the next day. The fact that within 2 days you could see where I burned it, there was my mark. That was the sign of that I had passed the fire test. There was no blister. I put a little salve on it, but there was nothing wrong. And I looked down and I was like, holy shit. So, but in that ceremony, at the end of it, I danced. And I danced around the very small little, it wasn't a big fire, it was just a small one, big enough for a ceremony. And I danced the end of it and sort of put the fire out, and that was that. But I ended up going counterclockwise on that one too. Scotty, good to see you. My crow is still, is nesting now. But yeah, and it's been 2 hours. So, but anyway, I passed the fire test. burned myself with a very hot coal. It should have blowed up with great big blisters, and it didn't. So when you get into that connection, into the vibration of the song, the drum, and how the ceremony was going, the connection with the spirits, where I was in the woods, how I was conducting it, the the parameters, I'm using sage and everything, and using herbs and everything, and going into the whole thing with the positive, that the whole spiel. But at the end of it, Joe was like, "So why did you do it that way?" And I said, "Because the Spirit asked me to." And he goes, "Let me see the back of your hand." And I showed him. And it was red because it had just happened, but it never got big or anything. And he looked at it and he goes, "That's amazing." So, how do you pass the shaman test? I didn't walk across a bed of coals, but I took a very red hot ember and marked myself on the back of my hand. And so I passed the fire test. By not drowning in the river, I passed the water test. You see what I mean? So as a shaman in training, I didn't know that, I was going to have to go through this mess, but passed the fire test. I passed the not drowning test. I passed the test of 3 days on the river without water or food. Passed that one. I don't know what you would call that one. But so in life, for me, I wasn't looking for this, but I ended up learning that as a shaman in training, which we all are, where each one of us is on a spiritual path of some type. And the spiritual path is very simple. We experience life, we collect all of our experiences, and that's what helps us to go into the next world, to be reincarnated. We take this knowledge and these experiences with us, good or bad. We take them with us. The bad stuff, the pain and the cold and the rain and the water, you take that one, and then you take the fact that you made it to the other side, the fact that you survived it and that you're tough. We're all tough. We've all made it this far. Keep your spirits tough. I haven't said it in a long time. I'm going to say it again about 3 or 4 times. Keep your core values strong. Keep that core within you strong. Keep it. Believe, 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 believe. Have faith. That's what's got me this far. Have faith. What kind of faith? I have faith I'm going to make it. I have faith I'm going to be, oh, oh, good. I'll, I'm going to get out of here. It's over 2 hours. I swore I wasn't going to do it over 2 hours. Yeah, courage. And hi Tracy, how you doing? It's good to see y'all. I guess I got to be up late just so y'all can come on and say hi. You know? Yeah, me too. Me too. I've had a hard first of the year. It's been tough. I was really sick. Bad fever, shivering, not being able to eat, um, you know, dehydrate. Damn near went to the hospital a couple of times. Made it through. I'm still here, but man, it was tough. So, but I'm here. Share a 20 with me. It's good to see all of y'all tonight, this morning. It really is. I have missed you, I swear. But I swear to you also that I continue to pray each and every day, even though I was feeling bad. I was hunkered down over there and I was just like, oh, my friends, let me pray for Richard and this. and I just went through the whole spiel like I was doing a live stream, but I was sort of in a catatonic state with a bad fever, and you're in that feverish state where you're like, oh, yeah, but I was praying the whole time. So, and not for me, I was praying, oh my God, I was praying because I was like, I was so sick I couldn't get online and hang out with y'all. And I was like, man, all these folks, I don't want to let them down. I need to do. Oh, I'm too sick to do a live stream. Oh hell no. Oh. I'm crazy, but I love you all that I do. It's sort of I can see you. I've not met any of you in person. None of y'all, and should get a restream live up and get you up. What? Uh-huh. So, but anyway, um, through every dadgum bit of it, this first part of this year, what several folks have said, Dave, Hawkeye, you're still laughing. And I'm like, well, hell yeah. Why wouldn't I be laughing? You know, you got sick. You damn right. I got sick as hell. And Duggar would look at me like, feed me. It's been 3 days. Feed me. Like, what? And I'd be hunkered down, you know, cold as hell. He's under the covers with me, shivering like hell, It was murder. We made it. 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 And knock on wood, we don't go through that shit again. But it's very good to see you. And honest to goodness, but I am crazy enough to pray for y'all while I'm sick. Hey, buddy, cheers. Like, all righty now. And so while while I was stuck in the river in the truck, I'm making up songs like "Waiting on the tow truck," "Waiting on the tow truck." All night long, I'm waiting on the tow truck. Stuck in the river like a oh. The river done got me, hey Lord. The river done got me, oh Lord. Waiting on the tow truck. Waiting on the tow truck. I'm sorry, but yeah. No, but I mean, at the time I was, I don't have any lights on in the truck. There's only moonlight outside, and the truck's kind of angled up a little bit, trying to go up the ramp. And, I'm making up, and the rhyme was there, man. The words were there. And it was like, I had all this soul in me, waiting on the tow truck. Sitting in the river, waiting on the tow truck. Lord have mercy on my truck and me, waiting on the tow truck. Anyway, but yeah, it was like I was thinking it's like an old Negro spiritual, you know. Now, Duggar, he just kept looking at me like, now, I've got some harmonicas. Now, had I been doing that and singing that little bit of rhyme and then throwing a little harmonica in there, he'd be going, he'd be howling. Yeah, he would. Not one of you has asked me, where did my beard go? Not one of you has said anything about it. I cut it off. It's still in the bathroom. It's about this long. Not one of you has said anything about my beard being short. Now, did you just not notice? Was it like not on your, you've cut your beard before, you've always grown it back? I can imagine being sick. He wanted it. Oh, I got to the point where there was snot in my beard. I said, I've had it. That's enough. I can pull my hair back, you know. And lately I've just been combing it down and not tying it back. And God Almighty, it's really getting long. But and I almost cut my hair. Happened just the other day. Um, Feeling my paranoia. Anyway, like looking in the mirror and seeing a police car, but I didn't, and I wondered why. No, but anyway, but no, with the beard, there was so much crud coming out of my nose and mouth, and it was like I can't. Yeah. And in a way, I wish I hadn't, but it is, it is kind of clean cut right now, you know. But I was meeting all kinds of people with beards as long as mine, and we were comparing beards, and that was a lot of fun. So, you know, um, I do have it in the bathroom. I could always try to glue it back on. you know, I'm bringing it out and just hold it up like this. Maybe I could use it with a rubber band and tie it on, like a beard, like Christmas time or something. I could be Ho Chi Minh, ha tai, ha ho. But anyway, so smoke this bowl and then I'm out of here. See who else comes on while I'm sitting here finishing off this bowl. But yeah, it's been an interesting first part of the year. And I'm hoping that folks will looking at the whole picture of stuff. Now, this is some good advice and pay attention. Honestly, it says there's only one of you here, so pay attention. We have to step back and let things play out. Folks are getting too pissed off too quick. People are overreacting too quick. The game is being played and the game is high stakes. And whether we like this side over here, or whether we like the Mater group, or whether we like the Vlash side, whether we like this person over here, regardless of what it is, we have to let it play out. Because no matter how much we jump up and down and scream and holler that we don't like it, we still have, it's still going to play out. So, oh, good. There are more than one of you here. It's good to know. But anyway, I would have talked to myself anyway, because it's my job to put this message out, and the message is sometimes you just got to sit back and let a couple of people duke it out, as it were, maybe. Or there's two women who are having a cat fight. You do not want to get in the middle of that shit. You stay out in the middle of that. There are two women fighting. Look at them clawing and scratching at each other. I get a let them go. Step back, Jack. Let them go. So, what do we do now to keep our sanity? We watch other people go crazy. That's what we do. We don't go crazy. We step back, take a deep breath, and become that that core person that I haven't talked about in a long time. We become that core person that we are, and we stick to it. We have faith in it. We hunker down if we got to. And if there's some crazy folks in our neighborhood, we take a deep breath and we stay the fudge out of their way. You back up. You don't make a big scene. You don't, you can be polite and wave at them, but you don't enter whatever, you don't try to create a situation. You do like Hawk says in the cards tonight. You observe what's out there. Pay attention. You do like Spider explains and don't get caught in the trap. See? So what? Hollering and screaming isn't going to change. That's right. As long as the fight is fair, let it run. That's the truth. And as long as they're not trying to kill each other, if they start pulling out weapons, maybe you should, sticks with nails is, bike chains, yeah, two fisticuffs, okay, let them pull their hair out and shit, but, or kung fu it out, But there are other fights going on too. There are corporate battles. There are people saying, oh, this, Trump, killed two or three businesses, went out of the two or three companies went out of business. And they went out of the two or three. Listen, do you know how many businesses went out during, during Biden and during these other guys? Are you kidding me? Businesses close. And if you're making something or producing something that nobody wants and you can't sell what you got, then you're going to close your doors. And sometimes that happens. Life's like that. So, but but I see more economy coming than going. I really do. Going into Moultrie, going into Thomas. Oh my God, they're building these apartments. It's like, what? Who's moving into these things? They're like $5,000 a month to live there. Are you kidding? Who in Thomasville makes that kind of money? But they're building these chateau kind of apartments, behind locked gates and things. What the hell in Thomasville? What's going on in Thomasville? I don't know. But they've got some showing enough. They have put up some stuff that's ritzy. There's a lot of money in Thomasville. A lot of millionaires. No shit. But so hey, how are Sheila? Oh, good morning. I wondered if I was going to be able to stay up long enough to see if you'd show up. Good morning, darling. How you doing? Are you getting ready for operations? It's April. How's your blood pressure? Mine's come down, by the way. I'm very happy for that. And my stent seems to be working. I'm really proud of that. Really proud of that. And every once in a while, my back straightens up to where I can walk around a little bit. Oh, Miss Sheila, listen, I'm buying, and it's in the yard. I have a golf cart, right? An Easy Go golf cart. I'm buying it from a friend of mine down in Florida, right? And so I have learned this thing rolls really good. So I go up to the top of the hill and dump the garbage, get the mail, and I turn the thing around and just point it downhill. And it rolls like some bitch. All I have to do is just hang on. By the time I get to the bottom of the hill, I'm hauling ass without putting my foot on the electricity. It's like a carnival ride every time I come back down the driveway. It's a blast. It's got good pick up and go, but just rolling. The no power, it just rolls by itself downhill, buddy. It's fun. Golly, I feel like a little kid every time I come back down the driveway. Yahoo! I'm crazy as hell, I know, but anyway. So, how you doing, sister? We're just hanging out. I'm trying to convince everybody don't lose their faith, keep your energies up despite what happens, we got to. But basically with some of this stuff and people getting all upset about things, they are overreacting too quick. Something shows up and they go, well, hang on, calm down, smoke if you got them, you know, take a get yourself a drink and sit down on the couch or whatever, look out the window and think about it a minute and let it go by. You got to give it some time. All of these things that people are overreacting to, in 2 or 3 days, they all change their mind and go, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Or maybe I shouldn't have acted like that. Or maybe I shouldn't have, maybe you should have kept your mouth shut for a couple of days just to see how things turn out. And I don't mean just the war or this or that. I'm talking about all kinds of stuff. He said, well, this is going to happen. We're all going to hang on, chill down. If anything, spending the night on the river in my truck taught me to chill out, be patient. The tow trucks are coming. Oh, the tow trucks are coming low. So, but in the meantime, that whole event and thinking about all this stuff that's going on, I was like, sometimes you just gotta let it go by. Well, I wish the tow truck would come right away, but just hang on, he ain't coming. The guy's asleep. This is South Georgia. They don't wake up till about 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock in the morning, guy's on the phone. I'll be right there. That was that. So you have to take things into consideration. Sometimes the only thing to do is just wait it out. And sometimes you have to sit back and watch what's going on and just go, wow, that's interesting, and don't get upset. Nothing says I have total faith in God than bulletproof glass on the Pope's car. I'm wondering about this new Pope, by the way. You know how I feel about the Catholic Church, but they've been talking about weird stuff like allowing people to go into the Vatican archives, for example. This Pope is like, well, maybe we could let some folks in there, at least Catholic archivists or whatever, and maybe they would actually come out and tell the truth. Some of them would. But how many secrets, oh boy, the Vatican has got them. The Vatican is sort of like the Smithsonian. Stuff goes in, but it never comes out. They probably got giant skulls in the Vatican, stuck on a shelf somewhere. They've got all kinds of people and things stashed in the archives. And I know this because you've heard me talk about Sister Helene. She told me that she worked in the Vatican in some of that archive stuff. And she's like, you would not believe the secrets they got there. Scrolls and papers and stuff, ancient things, and it's like all stacked on shelves somewhere. Patriarch Kirill in Russia is a proper pope. I agree. Does much more good than that Vatican pope. I agree. But this guy, he's different, from the old school. And in a way, he's old school American Catholic. And as American Catholic, I can kind of see, but um, he is not Krill by any sense of the imagination, but he is different from the other guys we've had. So it's going to be interesting to see how he turns out. Um, because there are a lot of Catholics who want to dissolve Vatican, the Vatican Council they had in the '60s, where they turned the the priest around and they did all these changes. And so what the old Catholics want to do is go back to the original Latin Mass, where the priest had his back to the congregation, and they did things the old way with altar boys and ringing bells and doing the thing and the Eucharist and all that kind of thing. They want to go back to the old Catholic Mass. And the previous Pope was like, chastise, you can't do that. No, no, no. If you don't do it the new way, you all are evicted from the church and excommunicated. This Pope is like, hang on. And a lot of priests and some bishops and folks would like to revisit the Vatican Council and the changes that were made and whether or not those changes should have been made at all. And so that maybe they will revert back to the original Catholic Mass, the original Latin Mass. And I would go back to church for that. I remember being an altar boy, going to 6:30 Mass in the morning, riding my damn bicycle in the dark to get to church on time to be an altar boy. I remember that, and the old priest who did 6:30 Mass every morning, you know. I can't remember his name, but I remember his face and how well, you're here, but Dave, it's just good to see you this morning. And, and I'd help him put on his stole and everything. And we'd go out and do Mass. There'd be like 10 people in the church, but, there was always Mass at 6:30 every morning. So, but anyway, I remember that. I used to be the altar boy. And to go back to the Latin Mass, I might go back to church. Not necessarily be a Catholic, but I would go back. I'm quite possibly would go back to Mass because I did not like what they did with the new stuff and all this other hanky panky. So, but if this Pope agrees to allow the church to go back to the way it was before the Vatican II Council or whatever it was back in the '60s, that would be a big ass change. We would still all be listen to me. I even included myself. I would say we would still all be Catholics then, because the old way was a really nice way. There was, I don't know, it was just different. So to see it go back to that, and to see if this Pope had the balls to do it, having bumped off a lot, he kicks up too much of a stink. That's possible. I believe we are our own church, and as long as the charity and Pope is what. Oh, I agree with that. For money and donations, churches have been, yeah, and the Catholic Church is renowned for it, and I understand that. But as a spiritual person and who grew up in the church the old way, and I really felt a a kinship to the Spirit and to Jesus and to the Bible. I because I wanted to become a priest. I was really I felt it. I felt the Christ in me. the best way I can explain it. And so when I discussed that with Sister Helene, she was like, nah. She said, go study Buddhism because that's what Jesus did. So I did, you know, and here I am as a shaman still in training. But so I understand things in a totally different way than the Catholic Church does. Not everybody, because I've met some wonderful people in the Catholic Church who left the church because the church didn't believe them. And so it's like the Democrats, you know, I didn't leave the Democrat Party. The Democrats left me, you know, and I become a Republican. But so I didn't leave the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church left me, and I became a Buddhist, you know, or an agnostic, or whatever you want, you know. Pride, envy, wrath, gluttony, lust, sloth, and greed. Yep. And there was a bunch of priests, you know, the gay priests that I've talked about, you know, that drove that drove our pastor out, left his religion and married a nun, you know. Um, she left her religion. But my point would be about going back to the old Catholic Mass. There are ceremonies, right? There are ceremonies when performed can be a good ceremony. So to go to an old Catholic Mass with the um, an old Latin Mass to me would be like going back to an old positive um, ceremony because of what I experienced as a child growing up as an altar boy and, you know, reading the gospel to the congregations and all the things that I experienced, you know. Um, I would like to go back to an old Catholic Mass. I think Orthodox is far more humble way of being Christian. Well, you see, the old Catholic Mass is more like the Orthodox. That's where they really screwed up in the 60s and went to that new way and all this hubbly bubbly stuff in the Catholic Church. Catholic Church that was on the South Common and U.S. were on the North. Every time us Protestants would walk by the Catholic, we thought you were possessed, you were talking Latin. I'm seen I've seen some devilish things come out of Catholics, but I've seen some devilish things come out of some Christians too. So I think it's just devilish things. But I don't think I would go back to being a Catholic, but to go back to a Catholic Mass for old time's sake, you know, and to see if the feeling were anywhere close to the way I felt as a child, as an altar boy, or you know, as a commentator reading the gospel, you know, because I really felt it. I really felt close to Mother Mary. I used to have conversations with her as a child and growing up and in the church. There used to be a glow when I spoke to her. There was a statue of Mary there in our church, and I would kneel and light candles and pray, and I'd look up and there'd be this glow around the statue, and I'd look at the other statues and they weren't glowing, and I'd look at her statue and it was glowing, and I was like, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death, amen. And then I just would hear this voice. And so it's like, as what? Oh, so I had that experience as a child growing up in the Catholic Church, and my experience with Mother Mary as I perceived it and understood it, and the prayers and the time and the, you know, help me, please. I don't know what's going on. because I was crazy in my head. I was crazy in my head. It was like I knew I was supposed to do something, but I didn't know what to do. Is it another 20? Oh, holy crap. I got to find something to stuff in here. I went through my other bud. We made it to another 20. Oh my goodness gracious. I have one of these. That was quick. Yeah. I mean, when I show my pipe, you you can make up your mind whatever I might be smoking in it. But if I hold up a roach on the end of a thing, uh, it's like, whoa, look there. There's some March One stuff. I I've been busted too many times. I'm really paranoid. So even though it looks like the marijuana laws are going to be a class 3 and not a class 1 anymore, there's people who are really looking at sort of giving reparations to those of us who were busted with marijuana and with not very much, but we were still busted. Oh, we listen here. When I was working on a problem as an engineer, I'd be staring at the screen going, I know there's an answer to this. I can see it. I know it's there. And I'd be trying to grab it out of the universe. And I'd literally say, okay, guys, I'm going to go take a break now because I was an independent engineer. So I didn't have to I followed most of the rules within the company, but if I wanted to go take a walk or whatever, they just let me go because they knew I was figuring shit out, right? So I'd go out and get in my car and drive around the neighborhood, around the plant. And I had my little Woody, and I'd take me a hit, and I'd just, okay, now I got just, you know what the problem is. And I just take a hit, you know. And I'd think, okay, I got a machine that's acting, that's acting like this. What am I missing? I don't know. And I'd drive real slow down the old back road, have, turn right, and go through um, um, uh, an industrial park, and I'd drive real slow by this plant, and I'd take another hit. So I got an air plunger doing this, and I got the other thing going there, and we've tried to. It's the timing. Oh, okay. Maybe it's the timing. Hadn't thought of that because there's timing involved. Well, we've got the air thing and the other thing, and they're crashing together. Oh, it's the timing. We've got to adjust the timing on the machine. Oh, holy shit! Let me have another hit. you know. So there were things like that. It was like things that were obvious that I knew that I was missing something, and so but I drive around, and for about 10 minutes enough to finish a couple of hits in my bowl. And I'd park back in my parking place and go back in the plant. And I'd sit down and I'd fix the damn problem. Too many times I have done that. The power of weed. Okay. And other people are like, oh, that stuff makes you crazy. And you could listen. I have taken a couple of hits off of this bowl and got to that spot in your head, that you're just right there. And it gives me access to the universe, literally, you know? So have another hit. Actually, access to the cosmic consciousness better than the Sundance any day. Oh, it's a lot less painful. Golly. But in that, I think the first time I had it took was at 13. I made it all the way to 17. Wait, 16? I'm I've graduated high school in 1970, okay? And it was the summer of 1970 was the first time I smoked any pot. And we got some through this, they were having a dance at some youth center or something. And we met some people and they gave us some pecan. And we were like, pecan. And what it was mesh McCann. And all that came out was pecan. So we bought this little bit of weed, and I swear to God, it was it had to have been oregano and maybe a little weed in it. But the fact that I rolled it up as best I could, um, and went outside and smoked some of it, and I got high off of something, even if it was some oregano. I got a buzz off of it, and I came back in, and it all I wanted to do was write. So I wrote it all down. How I felt, if I was, do I was doing this scientific experiment. That's why I was getting high. Okay. Everybody had talked about marijuana, so I'm going to do this science. So I was writing it all down on a pad and everything. I had it for years until the house burned down, but you know, it was my early experiences with smoke, and it wasn't. I don't even think it was marijuana. And then we met some people. I turned into a hippie. I'm living, in the back of a car. I meet some other people. They've got like some real weed that came out of MacDill Air Force Base from Vietnam. And then I got high. Woo, doggies. That shit was good. Tie sticks and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, so I was, um, they had the Tampa Jams back then, and so you'd go and pay to get into the men's garden club, and you spent the day, and a lot of times the night. But I can't remember how many times I woke up on the ground on a blanket or under a blanket or just there, you know, from having had electric watermelon the day before. Somebody had shot up, you know, uh, with a hypodermic needle. They shot up LSD into watermelons. And then so they passed watermelons out to everybody. Hi, would you like some electric watermelon? Well, it's hot. And the watermelon just came out of the ice, man. It was good. So you get your piece of watermelon, take a slice off, and you eat it. You don't know that you're eating acid, and slopping up the juice and eating the rind. And boy, that was good. Hey, let me have another piece. Holy shit. What just happened? Holy shit. What just happened? Electric watermelon, man. And then people up on the bandstand started playing music. Acid is some crazy shit. Yeah. Honest to goodness, when I was dealing acid, I had 100 hits of acid in my wallet when I had a wallet back then. 100 hits of acid. It was blotter. You could tear it off little pieces. And at that time, it was Mickey Mouse. So we had Mickey Mouse blotter. And at one time, I had 200 hits at one time because 100 hits cost me $100. I was selling for $5 a piece. And people were like, well, it's only $5 a piece. And it was so good. So I would I would cut the blotter in half, and I would take a half a hit in the mornings because I had been wired all night long on acid, and I was coming down, and I didn't really want to do a whole hit of acid and peak back up because I was at work. And so, but the kind of work I did was working on a grinder. So I could literally trip out and do my grinding work. And my work got to be really excellent because as I was tripping, I could hear the machine, I could hear the grind, I could hear the metal talk to me. It was really strange, but my work got more excellent. They ended up giving me tougher jobs that other guys in the machine shop couldn't grind. And so here I was doing some really impossible shit um, that none of the other guys could do. And I was tripping my balls off. And I was doing what some of the folks are doing now. They're dosing. So I'd go in at, called acid tabs on tiny little pieces of paper, a lot of tiny pictures of on them. Yep. Some of them were more powerful than others. This was shown by the little pictures. Purple ohms were just about my level. Yeah. Well, I got other kinds of acid, but at this particular period in my life, when I was working as a machinist, we were building fan blades for Pratt and Whitney, and I was a machinist, and I was the guy that made the gauges. I was the guy that made sure the gauges were correct. So when they did tested for the fan blades, anyway. So and there were only one or two guys that could do what I could do, and they couldn't do it as good as I could. And I'm bragging, but it's the truth because I was fudging. I was so loaded on LSD. Nobody had any idea what I was doing, but I could literally talk to my machine. And you had to zero in your grinder really slow in order to not overdo it on what you were grinding. And so by being so acid out, I could talk to my machine, me and the machine. I could feel it, I could sense it, and all of my work came out 100% plus. Because when you're building gauges for jet engine blades, you got to be on the mark. There is no, you got like this tiny little bit of plate. That's all you can have. And I'd be on the mark every time. Because everything had to go through metrology. So I would grind these gauges and they'd take them to metrology. And if I didn't do a good enough job, they'd send them back. But every time I sent them in, they kept them. Two other guys that ground the same things, they'd send them back to them. So they do it on first shift. Metrology would send it back. I'd get there on second shift and have to regrind what they did. But I had a job, it kept me in business, and I was totally whacked out on LSD the whole time. Nobody knew. Somebody had come, one of the guys would come up to me and they go, "Are you high?" And I'd go, "Yeah, sort of." But sometimes they would be high too. And on our breaks, we'd all go out to the back and smoke a big old doobie and pass it around and then go back to work at the machine shop. We all did really good work on second shift. Nobody complained. So, but anyway, yes, I did a lot of LSD, a lot of LSD. When I was talking with one of my psychologists years ago, um, he asked me, he said, "So, Mr. Null, how many times do you think you've tripped?" And I said, "Well, ooh, there's an owl right outside, or really close." Thought he'd come back. But so, and I said, well, there were the days when I was working as machinist, and I was eating at least one tab a day, and sometimes a tab and a half, and sometimes two, because if we were partying, and on the weekend, there was at least one or two a day, and then when I ran out of LSD, I was picking mushrooms, you know, and we were tripping all the time on mushrooms. I learned how to dry them, and so that and turn them into a powder, and so that when you wanted some, you just take a spoon and dig down into some mushroom dust and have you some and taste it down, and off you go. And people, well, you could make tea with it, you could mix it up, but it was easier just to taste it down, the mushroom dust. But I was like, so there was the LSD, and then there was years of mushrooms, and I don't know, 500 times. Then he looked at me and he said, "Oh, you're pulling my leg." And I'm like, dude, I used to have 200 hits in my pocket all the time. And you would usually only end up selling about 50 hits. Well, I paid $100 for the 100 hits. That was the deal for buying 100. And I was getting $5 a piece. So I sold 50 of them for $5 that well paid for the other 50 I had in my pocket. And then in a month's time, I had eaten those 50. So there's 50 hits, you know, right there. Let me go back into my hippie days when there was the electric mushroom watermelons. Let me remember the times when I did over this. Listen, dude, I can't even remember all the times I did trip. But the times that I can remember, 500. So when I listen to people who have gone on these, maybe not DMT, but DMT type of trips, and that they are, um, I can't remember some of the other stuff, but anyway, and they're dosing. They're doing little bits at a time. And even the veterans are starting to do they're tripping a little bit at a time, and they're dosing, right? And I'm like, man, I did that in the 80s. you know, I did that in the 80s. And I'm not trying to brag, but it's like I think I was way ahead of the curve. So some of the things that I have felt and seen and experienced, I'm not lying. Some of the time I was tripping. I was talking to the good Lord. I was talking to the Creator. I was having conversations with trees, and they were talking back. When I was when I was doing so many mushrooms and down in the woods all the time, and the different things that I saw and talked to, saw the portal down there, and it's like these are experiences that I guess as a shaman in training, I've had under my belt. So I listen to these other people who've had these experiences, and okay, well, I talked to the spirit on the other side, and his name was such and such, and he told me about this, and I'm okay. I've never had that, you know, and I've tripped over 500 times, and I've never experienced that. I don't think I want to take it. I don't think I would want to go on ayahuasca if I'm talking to a spirit from such and such. Really? Now, I have talked to some spirits while on mushrooms, especially, and I think I was on mushrooms especially because when I was on mushrooms, most of the time I was here and down in the woods. So I was more in control, and it was more like a ceremony sometimes. I'd go down in the woods and light a fire, and I would take the drum and I would do a ceremony, and I would be high on mushrooms. And so I would have the experience of the ceremony and of also the spirits who would be there while I was tripping on mushrooms. So I literally can't tell you how many times, just every weekend for years, 52, how many weekends in a year? And well, there'd be Friday nights, and then there'd be Saturday and all day Saturday, and then there'd be Sunday because we'd be hungover and there'd be, a little bit of mushrooms and be calling down to have to go to work on Monday kind of thing. You know, mushrooms are nasty. Oh no, I had I knew how to do the real, honest to God, psilocybin, purple ring around it. Honest to God, the real ones. Folks around here always get the wrong ones, and you never ever eat the stems. You put your Here's the mushroom. You put your fingers under the mushroom and you put your thumb on top of it and you push down and you lift the mushroom top off and you leave the stem for a bunch of reasons. Because when you leave the stem, you also leave the fungus that's down at the bottom of the stem that will grow more mushrooms if you go back. But you never ever pick the stems. Never. They never boil them up. Never the stems. Oh, we'll get the stems too. No, they will make you sick. They'll make your stomach turn. But if you just pick them mushrooms up like that, and you can eat them fresh like that, they will not give you a stomach ache. They will not give you that strychnine thing that if you eat the stems, they will. So, oh no, no. If you came and had mushrooms with me, you would have one of the cleanest trips you ever had. I'm bragging, but I studied them for years. I cultivated fields around here when they had cows, and when mushrooms would grow. When I first moved to Moultrie up here, um, I lived next to a cow field. I mean, literally 10 feet you could touch from the house to the fence where the cows were. Was I've seen your camp back there. Yep, I want to fix it back up, Sheila. Now that I got something to ride on, um, I it gets all over the place, man. That golf cart is tough, boy. I want to get my little campsite, down there cleared up back down there because it was a nice spot. I want to be able to get the mower down there so I can mow it. But yeah, it'd be nice. Because it was nice just to go down there and just do a fire, you know. And way back in the day, I had an easy road to go down there, and I could even drive my little Isuzu down there, and I'd pack whatever stuff on the back, and we'd go down there with some beer and light a fire and and have a good time down there. Way back in the day, but had a road to drive my Isuzu down to. Well, it'd be nice to be able to at least drive the golf cart down there now, you know, or the lawnmower or whatever, um, you know, and maybe at some point have a road again, but for a vehicle. But um, golf cart's good enough, and I've already got over towards the property line where I've come around and started. I've got a good start on them. On I'm almost there, actually. So I can sit back there and hunt them whitetail. Yep, you sure can. And oh, by the way, um, I was coming down Lloyd Road from being stuck in the mud on the Oclockney, but coming down Lloyd Road, and just before you get to the two trailers or the two houses there on the left, there's a big open field, and there was uh, five does standing down there yapping at each other. And they looked at each other. I stopped the truck, looked across the field, and so they went towards our side, towards the next door neighbor over here on this side. So they were really close in, really pretty doe, let me tell you. So, but anyway, yeah, they're still in the neighborhood, and they were yapping at each other. So, but I'm coming up on another dang 20. I think, what time is it? Oh, I'm already past it. My clock's coming up on the 20 because it's slow, and I won't I won't move the clock forward. I would so love to take some space off and off track for folks. Dream of a log cabin. Yep. Yeah, I haven't made it all the way down. Actually, I did make it down to the river, and all along, you can see where the deer track are, and there's been plenty of deer walking up and down the property line. Let me tell you, you can see their prints in the soft dirt. Now, I haven't been down there since it's rained, but I was waiting for it to get packed down again. It's easy for that golf cart to get stuck in that soft stand, I'll tell you what. So I'm trying to run in the same place, and to eventually it will get hard packed, and I won't get stuck in that sand. But um, oh, by the way, Sheila, I'm not done with my next door neighbor. I'm in the process of taking pictures, and uh, um, I got a what? I got to dictate. No, that's not the word. I got a document. They pushed up trees. How many was in that clump? They pushed up this many trees. How many were in that clump? So it's not only did he push over the trees, it's also that it was criminal trespass with a bulldozer without my permission, all the way down my property line. And so right now it's in limbo because I have not given them the correct information to continue. So, but I'm shooting for a minimum of 25,000. Oh, because I've already filed a complaint with the sheriff's department, and because I've got video of him hitting me in the face that's on the internet, by the way, and that can be seen by millions of people. He don't know that. But that little clip where I was videotaping him, and I told him, I said, I'm videotaping this. I'm telling you to stay off my property. And that's when he hit me, and then that's when Ricky brought me back around, And so it's like that clip's on the internet. And it was up the next day kind of thing, or maybe the same day. Um, but criminal trespass, assault, and damage to property. Yep, absolutely. And so, yeah, if oh, you went out and got it. You knew where it was, huh? There you go, Richard. You good boy. But so, but anyway, with that said, and the fact that I took it to the sheriff's department, now I haven't heard a word from the sheriff's department. So I'm like, Now I do want to go down and talk to him, but at the same time, you know, sometimes you leave sleeping dogs lie. That's what the mods do. You guys are so good. But anyway, um, I have to go down and do a better job. I have to take a picture of this clump of trees and mark it down in my little book. Picture number one, group A, 3 trees, one this size and two this size. So what I've done is as I've gone down, I've looked at it better. And so they pushed, there's a whole clump of trees. All you can see is the roots. So it's not one tree, it's 3 or 4 trees. There's one in there about this big around, and then there's a couple of smaller ones that are only this big around. Well, but there's 4 trees in there, not one. So in the value of trees that I studied on the internet, and mostly because it's around Atlanta and big trees and stuff, and but the value of a tree, so the bigger tree is worth X amount, and the smaller trees, they're small, but they still have value. Saplings, thank you very much. So, but then you move down to the next clump of trees that's pushed over, and it's a bigger tree, and maybe only one smaller tree. Then you move down to the next clump that's pushed over. Now, from the property line itself, all you see are the roots of something pushed over, something that's been bulldozed. And not until you get up and walk around and look at what's been bulldozed do you realize there's 3 or 4 trees in there, you know? So as I've gone back down the property line looking at beyond just the roots, well, there's one bulldozed over. No, there's 3 that's been bulldozed, or not one. So it's like, well, now it changes. So what I have to do is, that's the right word, thank you. I have to document each of the pictures as I go down the property line. So I'm going to start back up where they first crossed over, and I'm going to take a picture. Those are the trees, and then I'm going to write down in my little book what that first picture is. Next picture is a picture of these, 1 medium and 2 small. Okay, going to write it down. Next picture. So I'm going to have to go 1,000 feet down the property line and take pictures and then document it and then send it in. That's where it stands right now, because I have the proof. So there is no there. I say there is no rush, but for me, I want to nail this guy. I'm sorry, I want to nail this guy. I tried to be nice. I tried to be nice. I want to nail this guy. And he owns a parts store and a tire store. How much can I get out of that? you know Maybe I'll just end up owning that piece of property next to me in trade. you know okay, maybe I'll own that pond too. Who knows? But I'm serious about this, and I got all the proof because all those trees are bulldozed over. And now that I paid for the property line to be marked and everything, and he's been down there now and he's seen it. So it's like, and he's crossed the property line to get his a deer feeder, corn feeder. So hey Barry, you woke back up? Yeah, I'm still going. There's so many people that come in to visit, and I'm still yapping. And now I'm talking about the property line and the trees and everything. But So I have not given up on that. You know, um, there is no statute of limitations, and it's only been a little over a month. So, and I had to wait until this month because I had to. I didn't have enough money last month to pay anything more to the lawyers, which, in order for them to send letters out and to prompt this guy, um, it'll be another $50 or whatever the price is from the lawyer, which I don't mind, but I ran short last month, and this month is going to be tight because I'm buying the uh, um, the golf cart from my friend. He really needs some money, and I really like the golf cart. I really like it. It's better than a vroom vroom because it don't make no noise. It's quiet. I can sneak up on shit. It's so quiet. So I love it. Um, Coming back down the driveway is just fun. What? How much do you need to sue him in total, roughly? Oh, I could sue him for 5 grand and take him to the local magistrate. Anything under $15,000, I could take it to the local magistrate and just sue him for what he did. And because it's obvious that there is no doubt, hey, how Katniss, holy crap, holy goodness gracious. I'm so glad I've stayed up this long then, because I get to see all y'all from Egypt. Goodness, holy mackerel. And is it someone to pay what to do the legal paperwork to take them to court? Yeah, basically. Yeah, I did. That's exactly what I told Ricky, to race him across the grass up there. How much does it cost? Um, well, that's what I'm working on right now. So I have to have like a total of the trees. I have to have a total of what the estimated damages of all the bulldozing he did, and then the estimate also has to be of what it would take to, because he pushed them over in such a way that when we get a flood, which we will, those trees are going to act like a dam and change it's going to back up all the water all the way back to Sheila's place. And it's like, wait a minute. So the whole property line, the way he bulldozed it over, it has become one giant dam. Damn it. And so in places it's worse than others, but he's created basically a dam all the way down with the way he put the trees up in the direction that he pushed them. So, and the water comes up, it comes roaring through there. You ask Miss Sheila, it floods right up to under her house. They have to wade to get in her into the steps to their house when it gets that bad. And so at the moment it ain't flooded. Then it's like $50 an hour. I like to talk to legal. Well, it's I can talk to them on the phone and also do stuff on the internet. So I joined Legal Shield or something like that. I got crazy on the name, but I talked with the attorney and he's like, we'll send a letter, which is like the next step, and it'll cost you $50. We'll send the letter off. Okay. That's just a letter. Here's the information. And we send it off to the guy, and this is what you owe. And either you pay it or we take you to court. So that's the first step. And I read the Georgia law and the steps that it takes, and that's exactly what it takes. They will write an official letter on official legal letterhead that will be official. And because he took a punch at me, and there's proof of that, the battery, there is no doubt about the pictures that I have that he crossed over with a bulldozer and did actually, do criminal damage, criminal trespass. There is no doubt. So the what becomes the legal thing is, so the value is looked at stuff. It's $1,000 a tree for the bigger trees. The smaller trees, let's be nice, 500 bucks. So there's 20 trees that are of decent size or bigger, $1,000 a piece. There are at least 20 smaller trees, at least 20 smaller trees at $500 a piece. Well, that's another $10,000, ain't it? I think. So that's 30 grand. So I was kind of rounding things up to about 25 grand. So just for the trees that he bulldozed over. Now, in talking with my friend in Florida and a couple of other folks to landscape it again, to remove the trees so we don't have, it's got to be fixed. The trees have got to be moved in from the configuration that they are now. So not to destroy the rest, to go in there and bulldoze all around to get those trees out, and without backing over the property line in order to fix what he did, not to cross over the boundary. It's going to require some, going in there and moving around and doing some stuff. And it's going to cost some money to move them trees out and to fix the issue. So not only are the value of the trees, it's the value of fixing it. So I'm starting at 25 grand for the trees. How many trees? How many small trees? There's 25 grand. Now we can add replacing. We can add the fact that we are in a wetland and that he had no business doing what he did. And the fact that in order to fix it will cost about $1,000 for each tree to get them out. The heavy equipment to move them, to get everything out, and to clear the forest for when it does flood. So it's like, yeah, it's gonna cost. So, but 25 grand is the lowest I'll go, and I'll take him to court for the 25 grand. And if it gets to court and the judge finds out what he did in a wetland, and the fact that the not the EPA, is it EPA? No. Anyway, it's the wildlife folks, and um, having to do with wetlands and things like that. And it's like, it's a no-no. And folks up north of here, they don't take kindly to this stuff. Down here in the South, a lot of folks get away with it. But the thing is that I don't think he should get away with this. I don't think he knows what he did. And he thinks I'm just some crazy old man. I am. But he also used a bulldozer without my permission. He's doing housework and stuff. She's listening, I think. Well, that's all right. I know I'm still yapping, but I'm putting up more video. I think I did one. I think I upped a video. Where I was looking down the property line. I did a video and I was showing like, here's the property line, and this is where he crossed it. And see, this is where here's a long shot. I think I put something like that up. If not, I'm going to. I found a couple of videos, and I need to get off my ass. But I got sick, and then I went down on the river and got stuck. And then I had another issue. What's that your bulldozer he used to destroy your tree? Did you say what? I don't have a bulldozer. Yeah, sweet dreams, Scotty. Yeah, Miss Sheila. That's you know. But I've been sitting here thinking. I've sat here too long thinking about it. But now that I've got the golf cart, I can ride down there because I've tried to walk down there. I've driven my little scooter down there as far as I can go, but I can't go all the way to the river. But now that I got this go kart, I can. Not go kart, I golf cart. But y'all know what I mean. So now that I got the golf cart, I can ride all the way down to the river, and so I was sitting here today, like, what do I need to do? And I was like, you need to get the golf cart going and go down to them and get your stuff done. You need to get back with the lawyer and say, here's another $50, send a letter. So I got his name and address, I got all the stuff. And so, but I need to have enough that I need to have an honest value of what I'm suing him for. You understand? Oh, I'm suing him for $100,000. Yeah, but that's that's grandstanding, and the times the judge might go, "Are you sure?" That's just some trees he pushed over. Yeah, so I would rather start low and a judge go, he did more damage than that. He's going to have to pay for this because it's in a wetland and because he did such and such and because he did what you such. The Hawkeye Express card needed sprayed up like General Lee from the Dukes of Hazzard. I could get a set of horns. Diddle doo doo diddle diddle doo 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 doo. Well, y'all know that I'm technically very probably related to Robert E. Lee. No joke, you know. So it's like that would really be funny. Hey, buddy. So yeah, so you've seen the clip where he was acting all high and mighty and everything. So it's like that attitude of his where he went "Nyeh," with his hands, where he went "Nyeh, nyeh, 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 nyeh." That right there pissed me the fudge off. Yeah, and see, Miss Sheila could see that shit. I'd go down there to her house. Oh, that is too funny. Yeah, because Miss Sheila's just through the woods over there a little ways. She could hear it from. She could hear the horns go off from here. I just point the horns. See, back in the day, when I was we was on the carnival. Um, Many of us, the Dukes of Hazzard and all that was going on, and so um, you could get a set of horns that would go on a semi tractor trailer kind of thing, but that with the air horns, it would play that diddle doo 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 doo. It would play that little bit, and then they came out with a couple that that you could put them under the dash, but that you could program them to what the horn sound you wanted. But because we were on the carnival, we got some of them that hooked up to the air horns on the tractor trailers, because a lot of them just had a push button. Yeah, it's me coming down the driveway. Yeah, but wouldn't that be fun just for the hell of it? But that's a good idea, to do something. There's not much for sides on it. There's very little side panels, so I would have to just about create some side panels to to give it that generally look. So oh fuck, that would be funny. Oh God, would Brad come back and here I got it decked out to look like the General Lee? he would bust out. Oh, that'd be funny just for the hell of it. No, I'd have to make panels because there's like very little of the sides. So, but I could, make panels out of something thin and put it on the sides where the armrests are and bring it up. And that would give me more to, you could paint. Uh, who I'm having a lovely time. Who, me? Oh, who's having a birthday? We visited the Luxor. Holy crap, going to the Valley of the Kings. Katniss, tell me this. Is it cool? Yeah, I hope that you have it sounds like you're having a lovely time. And it, is it cool? Is it really, really, really cool? Or it just like, it's awesome. Oh, that's great. When y'all get done, maybe you can tell us about it when you get done. Oh man. Take pictures in your head for me too, you know? Oh, that'd be wonderful. And maybe somehow we could share it with everybody. That would be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. Y'all be safe. Oh, just take in, just take in, just take a deep breath of some of that Egypt air and send it to me. Just take a deep breath. Here's some Egypt air for you, dog. I bet. I bet it's hot there. I bet. Do you get do you get sand blind? In other words, if you go to the beach and it's all the white sand, it's so bright that you just, you get blind. Is it sand blind there bad? I'm assuming, from just looking at the place that you would have to wear sunglasses everywhere just because you'd get sand blind, you know? I love you too, Scotty boy. The Museum of Alexandria would have been someplace if it was still there. Man, I'm so glad I stayed up with y'all tonight, this morning. I just felt like, uh, while we were signing off with doing the story tonight, I had the cell phone out and was put was put typing in, you know, that I was going to be, on tonight. So, I very well much wanted to sit down and have a chat. And I was only going to make it an hour, and then it got to be 2, and now it's 3 hours and 38 minutes. Here comes another 4 hour dead gum, you know, podcast of, talking about stuff. But anyway, I'm so glad y'all asked me about some of this, and I'm so glad y'all are kind of like behind me on the suing thing. But at first I was like, I'm going to get him for $150,000, because I read about some things up and around Atlanta and stuff. But things around Atlanta and things down here ain't the same thing, right? So no problem. Oh, I bet you the sunsets are stunning. What about the sunrises? I bet you they're cool too. So, but so I had to take I got sick for 2 weeks. That was a biggie. So, but then I had to take a step back, like I've been telling you right now. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on. That's I've been sick since the beginning of the year. Every time about the time I feel better, I'd get sick for another 3 or 4 days. They do hot air balloons. Uh, I bet you that's cool. Yeah, heat kills me too now, Richard. It's hard for me down here in the summertime, but I run in and out of the shade, so I'm still learning. Oh my God. I can't calculate that in Fahrenheit, but I know 33 is hot. Woo wee. Mm. I know 22 is hot, right? 33 is a scalder. Yeah, it's like when I was out in Las Vegas. Out there in the desert, it's that kind of hot. Had to make an emergency landing the other day while I was in the park. Snow blind, yeah. Snow blind, it's sand blind, it's the same thing. Yeah, you said snow blind. I filmed it coming down to. That was a good one. Well, cheers, everybody. It has been an absolute fun time. It is so good to see you, Katniss and Richard and Miss Sheila and everybody and hanging out. Golly, just it's coffee, but cheers. You know, and yes, I have missed y'all. Um, what? It's almost a 20. Oh, holy crap! I got to find another bud. I'm at the bottom of that bowl. Wait a minute, I gotta find something else. There's got to be something down here. I was rummaging around in some things, and I remembered that I had bought some crystals. Okay, and I remember I had purchased some like rather large crystals, and I remembered that I had purchased some rather large crystals, but I didn't know where I put them. So I found them, and let me show one of them to you. Now, this is my hand. So it's taller than 4 fingers. Okay. So, in the length of my hand, you can see how tall it is. So, this is a pretty large gemstone. And I'm like, I remember buying you. It's a beautiful stone and it feels good. And it's like, hmm. And then I remember that I also purchased this one. And it's got a different feel to it. But again, it's as big as my hand. So it's like, wow, I forgot I bought these. I mean, years ago, in a backpack. And then to top it off, one more. This is a smoky quartz. Now you see that down in there, that purple? Yeah, that's fluorite mixed in with smoky quartz right up here. You can see the smoke in it. So, but that there, that color purple is you can see that? That's fluorite. So there's fluorite mixed in with this quartz. And it's a more of a smoky quartz. And if you look really close down in there, it's almost a rudalized quartz where there's fibers in it. So, but see the different colors as the light shines through it. And even right there, you see that sort of yellow. I've got some fluoride over there in the window. That's nothing but this is quartz mixed with it. So there's yellow fluorite right there, and then around the side was the purple. Yeah, there's the purple, and that's the purple is also amethyst. Amethyst mixed in with um, smoky quartz, and the yellow is fluorite mixed in. So yeah, and it feels real different. It's and so and there's also a chunk here that is something else. But anyway, I found them in a backpack of mine, and so that what I was doing is taking the backpack, and when I would get in the kayak, um, I'd grab this backpack, and it had my crystals in it, and it had some sage and candles. So it was a backpack that was sort of for doing um, ceremonies. And the backpack's just been packed up for a while, hadn't used it, hadn't got it. And so I got it out while we were going fishing. And when I got into it, I was like, there are my crystals. Oh. So, but anyway, sometimes things are lost and then they find you. So these crystals they were here all along. They were just under the stairs in the backpack. But I remembered them, but I forgot them over time, and it's like because I purchased them and didn't have them sitting around because they were in the backpack to go to the river with me when I went to the river. So that's exactly what, but they've been hiding. So they ain't hiding no more. They've been sitting right here. And boy, the energy that these crystals are putting out, yee ha, And I haven't been trying to pray over them or anything. They're just sitting right next to me here on the table. And the energy they're putting out is like, shoo, yeah. So I'll tell you what, boys and girls, it's been truly interesting. What pink looks like a snow cone? What, one of these crystals? In a way, it does. Yes. Having made a bunch of snow cones in my life, cheers! I finally packed it back. Well, y'all, this is the 4th month of the year. Then in a few days, it's going to be a real 420. So now last year, I didn't put much, in the last few years, I haven't really put much value in it. But this year, with the fact that marijuana might be all, Trump already signed an executive order to drop it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. That's already a done deal for a lot of things. So the fact that he did that is like, so this year on 420, I think there's something to celebrate, you know? All these years of waiting on, it to be legalized, but at least to be declassified. It's time for us to roll one. it's it's time for us to. Now I don't do blunts, I just don't. But this year, because I usually smoke out of a pipe, this year I'm thinking about back in the day, Cheech and Chong on one of their albums. When you bought the album, I think it was the Big Bambino or something. But when you opened it up, there was a giant paper in it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we filled it full of about an ounce of weed and rolled a joint with that shit. Over the years, I have met people and we have glued papers together to make a joint about yay long. And using the wide ones, and we carefully glue them together, and little bit of spit here and there. Big bam, big bambino, big bamboo. My brain says bambino. I'm not arguing. That's just what my brain says. But anyway, um, I want to roll up a great big doobie, a big one. I mean, like this big around, kind of like a Habitampa kind of, but but roll it nice with some good weed. Big boobs sound better. I don't know. I kind of like the nice firm ones. But anyway, um, so and this year, um, I was thinking about just you know lighting it and smoking it, letting it go out, light it again, and just sit on the porch as it were, and just let 420 be 420. Let it all hang out. Um, because I'm always smoking a bowl. Yeah, Katniss, my email's real simple. Lowercase DW Null, NULL, DW Null 52 at gmail.com. That's real simple. David W. DW Null 52, the year I was born, at Gmail. Birthday, he had birthday on 4/1. Oh man, happy birthday. I'm so glad we're still around. I mean that. It's so nice to that have a group chat and have y'all here, and um you have my email. Well, I just gave it to you again, but yeah, DWNULL52 at Gmail. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? I was looking through some stuff and cleaning out email and things, and I was like, wait a minute, there's an email from and I think you sent me something before, Katniss, and I need to go back in and check. I've got so sick over this last couple of months. I mean, literally the the temperature. Yeah, my temperature was so high that I'm telling you, it was frying my brain. I'm just now starting to get back. I'm here 4 hours later and we're still chatting. And um, Brother John's birthday too. Well, that's cool. Happy birthday, Pooh. But cheers to all of y'all. But I have missed these chats. I know they're freaking 4 hours long, but Yeah, and send us the link, Katniss. That would really be cool. It's so cool to know somebody who's actually in Egypt. I've watched so many other people on YouTube and specials. They go to Egypt and they see this, but to actually know somebody in our chat who's in Egypt right now, oh, Katniss, great big hug. That is just, to me, that is just so cool. Hey, guys, I know somebody who's in Egypt, man, and they're taking pictures, and she's one of us, man. You know, you get what I'm saying, Katniss? I love you, darling. Oh, have a good time. Yeah, you have a damn good time for us too, and I know you will, because as you're doing stuff, you're like, man, I know Hawkeye'd like that. And I know, cheers to you, sweetie. I know you'll be sending us good mental pictures too. And that works. The um, there's been a lot more talk about psi energy and how the government was, recruiting kids and things, sort of like the Montauk Project, to um, develop their psi energy, and not just um, forward looking or remote viewing, but that too, all of the above. And so what it keeps putting out, though, the information, though, is this. And I've talked about this. It's about the quantum. The quantum field is always there. So one of the things I found out while tripping all the time was that I was part of that field. I was part of the consciousness. I was part of the tripping. But the tripping allowed me to be aware of things, of stuff, of the machine I was working on, or whatever else, or, talking to an elemental over here, off to the side. But and I seem to remember having a couple of conversations like that. But anyway, um, it was the awareness part. And so, having gone through all that tripping and everything years ago, and now learning about the quantum, and I've always talked about, the cosmic goo. That was my explanation of stuff. We're all part of this cosmic goo. So, um, now it's the quantum field. Well, how can spaceships go from stationary to 1,000? Well, if you are part of the spaceship and your thoughts are, I'm here now, but I want to go over there, and you think, I'm going over there, Pam, you're gone. You're off to the races. And so the next thing you know, you're there wherever you were thinking you were going to go. So I'm sitting here at the house, and I want to go visit Barry out in Missouri. So I think, okay, I'm sitting here. Okay, Duggar, hold my hand. We're going to Missouri. Boom, boom. Next thing we're in Missouri. Now, it didn't take any kind of anti-gravity machine. It didn't take any kind of anything special except to believe that it can be done. And so if you have a machine that helps you to concentrate or whatever, then you could be sitting in a machine and go, I want to go to Brazil. Boom. And off you go. So what's the propellant? Where's the anti-gravity machine? Where's that alternate energy? Maybe it is none of the above. Maybe it's the thoughts of the beings that promote that said vehicle to the space where they want to go. And so there is no propulsion, it's thought based. Now, is it psi energy? PSI? Is it psi energy? Or is it just the mechanics of the universe? Is it just the quantum field? Is it just what it is? So you can get there from here by thinking about it. Boom, you're gone. Do you need a spaceship? Well, in certain circles, no. If you learn how to do it correctly, most people come here for the beaches. The beaches? Okay. I'm sure you'd be there for the history. I know if somebody if I could get to Egypt, I'd be all over them, you know. I'd be all over them everything I could get my little fingers, toes, walk into, crawl around in, I would want to go. So remember this from old Dave from Hawkeye. The quantum field, as it were, the cosmic goo, is very, very, very real. Whether you're tripping or not, but I know that in my 500 plus trips, um, that I have felt the quantum and seen it. When your eyes are like this, holy shit, and I'm tripping again, oh, holy crap. And your awareness grows and you feel it, see it, taste it, you know. And also, then when there's somebody else that's tripping with you, and you look at each other and you go like, and the other guy and the other person goes, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're talking about the thing that goes, yeah, you mean, you know. And so you're communicating, you know, um, as you're tripping. And you're having conversations with each other through your mind. You look at each other, you see something, and you look at each other and you go, hey man, did you, the other guy goes, yeah, what about the, yeah, and the thing, and the, yeah, and you're having this, the whole conversation is a couple of words, but you look at each other, but you're talking to each other in your heads. You know exactly what the other person's thinking and talking about. Exactly, word for word. And so, and then you go, wow, man, you see that? Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, yeah, you see that? Oh, yeah, yeah, man. It's just, you do it again. That's the quantum. That is what it is. So the ability to be able to do that short term with a person, and it's been proven many times that they can be done over long distances here on the planet Earth. How do you think these alien folks chat with one another? They do it over the quantum. It's instant. They just dial somebody up in the quantum field and send that thought message to the other person or persons. And there is no telephone call. There is no radio signal. There is no trying to find the right frequency. They know who the person is. So I want to send a quantum message to Katniss. Now, I've never met her, but we have chit chatted here in the chat. I feel I know her enough that way. So I would just think of I don't have a picture of her, so I don't even know what she looks like. But in my astral mind, I kind of sort of have a picture. So I'm going to rely on my little astral projection mind when I've picked a card or whatever and we've chatted. I don't know. But but I know her in the sense that I can send her a cosmic message and I think she would get it, you know? So whatever the thought would be, like, have a nice day, Katniss, send that to the quantum. Period. I just sent that right now. So now does she pick it up? Can she feel it? Can she go, wow, um, um, could Katniss just feel the message that I sent her in her head? She go, ooh, Hawkeye just sent me a have a nice day. Oh, thank you, and the message comes back. That is real life. That really can and does happen with people who are tuned to one another. I mean, there's been a bunch of times when me and Barry, are you still there? I seem to pick up when you're not well, Hawkeye. I always seem to email you when you're poor. See, so we are connected in the quantum in that sense, you know. But Elderberry and me, we'll go, hey, it's almost a 20. So I'll text him or I'll be sitting here and thinking, about time to spark one under up. I wonder what Barry's doing. And about that time the phone will ring. It'll be him. Hey man, it's almost a 20. You want to smoke one? We have done that so many times now. It's funny. We've done it so many times. That's just it. And so it's been wonderful in that respect. So can we communicate through the quantum? Is that something that's true? Not yet. They're sitting right here. When I get done yapping, I'll take them. So, but oh, I did something. Orientation is locked. Rotate device back. I didn't move it. Anyway, my pants. Oh, goodness gracious, but no weight lost. I did lose some weight, and that's a good thing. And I want to go back. I want to do some more paddling on the. It might not be on the river, but we so have a mental view of Katniss. We love her like a sister. Absolutely. Well, I feel like I'm the oldest in the group. And I don't feel like a fatherly figure. I feel, like that. I just feel like the elder. And you're not really my children. That would absolutely not be right. Um, and it's just you're folks from the neighborhood that we get together and go, oh look, you know, Dave's got his kitchen light on. Let's go over and see if he's playing cards or not. That's what used to happen in the old days. Us in the neighborhood. You could look across and go, oh, look, Brad's got his light on the front porch. Let's go see what he's up to. Because if he had the light on, he was doing something, right? So, and that's sort of the way it is here. I've been gone so long, but I totally have a connection to you, gang. Yeah, it's not that you're my family. We are family. I just I just happen to be. That's my point. I'm Dave's got the porch light on, and y'all come over to visit. You know, and it's not that we're family. We're neighborhood friends in a way. You know, it. But yeah, you are my family, and I'm your family, and you. But it's if you had your porch light on, I'd come, you know, I'd come visit, you know. So, uh, but that's sort of how I vision it, you know, just back in the day. See, also on the carnival, you know, we lived it, you know, in travel trailers really close to each other, really close to each other. You know, like open up the door and hit the next trailer, really close to each other because we had to. Um, yeah, Miss Sheila, we love you. And I was thinking about you the other day, and I was like, you know, I'm so, you know, you all helped me through so many things with my back surgery and everything. And I really can't thank you enough. And I'm so glad you're my neighbor and God love you. I'm still praying. Um, and have you seen any turkeys this year? I saw some turkeys down the road not too far, but I was like, man, over the last few years, we have been through a lot. And I'm so glad that, you know, I can, I'm so glad that I can still turn my porch light on and y'all come and we can still visit and still be friends. You know, that's how I that's how I that's how I feel about it. Um, Richard, is that you've been so tired lately? Me too. And I think the spirits have literally thrown me down and said, "You're going back to sleep." And but the odd thing is, um, yeah, we love you too, Scotty. And see, and I'm 73 and trying to feel 53. Because, you know, paddling the canoe, I did a lot of paddling with the canoe back when I was 53, 55, and 60 and rolling into that. Have you heard any in the backyard? I think I could sneak up on them in um, the easy cart. I got to tighten it. It rattles too much when I'm going. So, oh, it's excellent exercise. And the one thing that's good about the rowing is great for your chest muscles and your, you know, and all of that. And I have learned how that I could just paddle once I get the canoe going, I give it a little this, because I use a two-sided paddle like a kayak. And coming back up the river out in the moonlight, it was beautiful. It really was. And thank goodness there wasn't much of a current, but I could see the bank, and I was just like in the movies. I'm watching the bank to see how fast I'm going, and I'm just giving a little bit of a paddle. And as long as I kept that little bit of a paddle with a little bit of push, and it wasn't much, the canoe just like a Cadillac. I love it. I do. I love my 17 and a half foot Cadillac. Uh, but um, because I can't walk like I used to could walk, I thought about all the places that I've hiked to in my life and that I would love to go back to, but I know I would never be able to get back to. I would have to crawl to these places. And I'm willing to, really, a couple of these places. But so I feel still relegated to water. So all of my adventures now are going to be whether I have, power or not. That canoe, I for the longest time I've been afraid to paddle the canoe. Like, well, you've had back surgery, and well, what about your heart? Well, screw all that. I can paddle the damn thing just fine. So um, um, I got to get out of that. Well, what am I going to do? I really should have a motor on it, and I do have a motor, but I got to get a license, and so, but screw it, I can paddle it, and I need to paddle because it's exercise. It's good for my heart. It's not so good for my back, mm, but my back's going to hurt no matter freaking what. That's what I've learned. My back hurts all the time. Hurts right now sitting here. Don't care. Sometimes it hurts so bad that it stops me in my tracks and takes my breath away. Then I got to deal with it. But otherwise, I'm going to, I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to go Cadillacing next with the canoe, you know. It's fishing time. I got my license, and before it gets too hot, it's time to go fishing. Where can I go? The river's too low. That's out. I'm not going to get stuck with my truck again at the river. Hell no. So where can I go? Um, where's close by that isn't too difficult for a 73-year-old man to put in? So I'm looking. I'm going fishing. So and anybody in the neighborhood want to go? There's plenty of room. I can leave Duggar here at the house. He probably would rather be in the front of the truck anyway. At least for a couple hours. But anyway, okay, listen, it's 4:20, 4 hours and 20 minutes. I've been on here. It's, is that going on 4 o'clock over there on that clock? I can't wait till 4:20. I got to take my meds and I got to I got to get up and move my back. It hurts. But golly, it's so good having y'all hang out. So here's the deal. So through Thursday nights are now our story nights. So it might be that you all can count on me on Thursday nights to after story night that we could, okay, when's Hawkeye going to be on again? Maybe next Thursday night. Now, since we're not, since he's he and I are not doing Tuesday nights anymore, I was seriously considering doing something on Tuesday night. So we'll see. But it's 4:18, 4:19, 4 hours and 19 minutes. It's time to stir the bowl and have a 4:20 and wish you all good morning, good night, wherever you are. And if anybody who has dropped into this crazy, this crazy thing, um, I love you. I do. Um, keep having a good time. And remember, I, I can't stress it enough. We are all connected in the quantum. So we can chit chat back and forth anytime we want to. All we have to do is understand and that our frequency. Understand it's there. Believe that it's there. It is there. All we have to do is train ourselves to understand how to use it better. That's what this newness is all about. We're going to have to learn how to communicate that way, because guess who does? Them alien folk. They know how to communicate through the brain thing. We need to learn how to communicate through the brain thing, because that's what they do. We need to learn how to do that. We need to learn how to do that whether the aliens do it or not, because it's there. So why not practice it? A lot of folks have been doing it. A lot of folks are learning how to do remote viewing. A lot of people are starting to understand, to communicate. You know, the whole thing about the children. Oop, it's 4:20 on the clock right there. The children with autism who have proven that in their astral world, they all meet at this certain place on the astral plane and chit chat with one another. What? Yep. And it's starting to get to be known more, and more people are understanding it more. Oh my God, that's the quantum. They're going right into the astral, and which is the quantum, because it's everywhere. We can all communicate with one another. And oh my God. And these kids, folks, are the autistic ones. And they understand this better than any of us. It's there, my friends. Don't forget it. I haven't had a chat with you in a while, so I'm here to remind you. So, as part of the reminder, keep your spirits high, because we have all this potential. All these other folks are trying to do all these other things. If we connect back and forth on the quantum, if we connect like the autistic children have learned to do on their own with one another in different places, all over the place, um, then we should be aware of that and at least remember it. Whether we can do it or not, we need to be aware of it and go, there are folks out there that can really do this. No joke. And not that they're invading our space, it's just simply a fact that they can do it. Period. That's it. So it's a 422. I love you all. Another hit. Good night. Good night. Sleep well, my friends. We will get together soon, I promise. Old Dave's feeling better. So I'm ready to cancel out. I continue to pray that each and every day, and I do mean it, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in the universe. And remember, we can communicate. We just need to learn how. Old Hawkeye's back, man. I'm going to be picking on y'all. But to that point, please be safe. Thank you, Katniss. The fact that you're in Egypt, and I can just think to myself, Katniss is in Egypt, man. Ain't that cool? Katniss is in Egypt, man. I know somebody who's in Egypt. Oh, ain't that cool? So I love you all. Cheers. Keep it frosty, my friends. Godeke. Goseke.